evening to you all. Welcome to the Monday, January 27th, 2020 meeting of the Falls Church City Council. I'd like to call our meeting to order, and we have two gentlemen in the front row, or nearly the front row, who I'd like to ask if they would like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you guys like to come forward to the podium? It's okay, you can come wherever you want, guys. Get your brother up there, too. There you go. Flag's back here, okay? You guys ready? It gets... Nice job, guys. Come on forward and we'll get you some pins. How about that? You want some Falls Church pin, Ichio? Up here. You can say hi everybody along the way if you want. Okay, well. I got pins. There's one for you. Sure, you're welcome, honey. Why don't you say hi to the rest of the folks down there? You want to?
Hey, how you doing, young man? Thank you very much for being here. Thank you so much. Thanks, young man.
All right. Nice work. Nice work. Madam Clerk, are you ready to call roll?
I am. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Mr. Duncan?
Here.
Ms. Hardy?
Here.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
Mr. Z?
Here.
And Mayor Tarter.
Here.
Thank you, Council.
All right, thank you very much. And again, welcome to our meeting, the Monday, January 27th, 2020 meeting of the Falls Church City Council. Do we have a motion regarding the meeting agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the meeting agenda.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions, the ayes have it. And we do have a few proclamations on the agenda this evening. The first one relates to the League of Women Voters, and I know we've got a few folks in the audience who are welcome to come up and speak when the time is right, but we're going to start with the Vice Mayor reading the proclamation. So, Vice Mayor Connolly?
This is a proclamation recognizing the life members of the Falls Church League of Women Voters. Whereas the League of Women Voters was founded in 1920 during the convention of the National American Women's Suffrage Association, just 6 months before the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified, giving women the right to vote after a 72-year struggle. And whereas more than 8 million women across the U.S. voted in elections for the first time in 1920, and whereas the League was called a mighty political experiment designed as an activist grassroots organization whose leaders believe that citizens should play a critical role in advocacy, and whereas the League's presence in Falls Church began on May 1st, 1951, and since that time has been extraordinarily active in a range of issues surrounding the city and its residents. And whereas in 2020, the Falls Church League will be celebrating its 69th birthday, and among the celebrants will be 4 lifetime members, women who have been part of the League for over 50 years. And whereas the Falls Church City Council wishes to recognize and thank the life members of the League of Women Voters of Falls Church. And whereas the city believes that thoughtful and informed engagement in the political process is both a right and a privilege critical to the survival of our democracy.
Now, therefore, I, David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby recognize the life members of the League of Women Voters of Falls Church, Betty Allen, Betty Blystone, Doris Duran, and Ann McCleary, and thank the League for its service and commitment to the democratic process, and encourage all our residents to exercise their right and privilege to engage in the democratic process. Thank you all. And if there's anyone who'd like to come up and speak on behalf of the League, we would love to hear from you. Come on down.
I need to introduce myself, Johanna Barry, 111 East Jefferson Street, Falls Church, Virginia. Thank you all so much for this recognition of not only these 4 incredible women, but the work of the League of Women Voters. I also want to point out that I so appreciate the exhibition in the hall that recognizes the work of the suffragettes and the women who have worked so hard to gain the vote. And I also want to say that the City of Falls Church has been so supportive of the League's work and of women's equality all the way through. somebody has a phone going. But someone is going to stop that phone any second now, aren't they? Yeah. Sorry. And also, I would be remiss, because Ellen Salisbury is sitting right next to me, not to recognize that we are going to have a birthday party on Sunday at the Falls Church Episcopal from 3 to 5, and we invite everybody to come and join us to celebrate 100 years of the League's work and 100 years of our opportunity for women to vote. So thank you so much again on behalf of the League.
Thank you all so much. Let's give everybody a big round of applause. So we do have the proclamations. If the folks would like to come forward, come on down and receive them. Is anyone here? Yeah, come on down. We'd love to give you those proclamations, and thank you again for all the great work the League does. And for your service on council and elsewhere here.
Thank you.
Proclamation is regarding African History Month.
Dave,
City
just-
of Falls. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Snyder.
One more comment that I wanted to make about the League. You know, the League, of course, is appropriately recognized as a major advocate of women's rights and the right to vote in general. But something that people sometimes fail to remember is the League has been a powerful force in addressing some of the most important policy issues we've dealt with. For example, as a result of the League's work, we had an emergency plan that was exercised on 9/11, and as a result, in large measure of the League's advocacy, the Metro funding package came together a couple years ago. So I just wanted to make the point that the League's influence extends in a very positive way to many, many public issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, I know your wife is very active duty as well, so we appreciate her good work. Ms. Hardy, I think, is going to read our next proclamation regarding African American History Month. Ms. Hardy?
Great. Just one last comment. I think as Virginians, we should all be proud that the ERA finally passed today in Richmond. So now I'm going to read the proclamation declaring February 2020 as African American History Month in the City of Falls Church. Whereas the City of Falls Church wishes to honor the contributions of African Americans to our city and to our nation and recommit to reaching for a day when no person is judged by anything but the content of their character. And whereas observance of African American History Month allows us to reflect on the sacrifices and contributions made by generations of African Americans. And whereas in 1915, the first rural branch of the NAACP was established on what is now the Tinner Hill Historic Site. And whereas the City of Falls Church takes great pride in the Tinner Hill Arch honoring Dr. Edwin B. Henderson, Mr. Joseph Tinner, and all of the men and women of Tinner Hill who were instrumental in the formation of the first rural branch of the NAACP. And whereas the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation was founded in 1997 to preserve the early civil rights history of Falls Church, to honor local civil rights heroes and further the ideals for which they stood. And whereas the City of Falls Church continues to work closely with the Tinner Hill Foundation, and whereas the 4th annual March for Unity, Racial Healing, and Justice was held in the City of Falls Church on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 20th, 2020, and whereas the City of Falls Church wishes to continue our march towards a day when every person knows the unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Now therefore, I, David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby proclaim February 2020 as African American History Month in the City of Falls Church, and call on all our citizens to observe this month with the appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. All right, do we have anyone who'd like to come forward and receive this proclamation, or any group? All right, come on down. Ms. Chambers, Mr. Henderson. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have any oaths of office to administer?
We do not.
All right, let's move on to receipt of public comment.
And would you like to hear the summary of written comments?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Okay, sure. We have public comment was received from Amaya Franklin requesting parking enforcement at TJ Elementary, requesting no increased funding for the library and more funds for pedestrian safety were William Nunley and Jessica Hegenbart. Requesting a yes vote on the library contract and continued support for the project was Barbara Canati and Sholay Lee. Justin Dooney of 101 Delaney Place requested traffic calming on West Marshall Street, and we received from the library board a request for support for the library project.
All right, thank you very much. So now we're going to move on to the receipt of public comments. That's for folks here in the audience present right now. If you'd like to speak, we ask you to fill out one of these red speaker slips that are available in the lobby out front and hand them to the clerk, who will in turn hand them to me. If you could state your name and address for the record and keep your comments to 3 minutes, it would be greatly appreciated so we can get through all the speakers in a timely fashion. We do have a new light system that will show green when you're fine with time, yellow when I believe you have a minute left, and red when your time is up. So please keep that in mind as well. So our first speaker is Gabrielle Sweeney. Welcome, followed by Steve Finley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the council for this opportunity to speak, as well as for all of your work. I'll introduce briefly my sons, Cade and Oliver Swinney. We live on 421 Lincoln Avenue in the city of Falls Church. I'm here to speak tonight about the library expansion project. And I should say, in the sense of full disclosure, my wife is on the board for the Falls Church Library System. So I've been following this issue with great interest, not just because of her work, but because frankly the library is one of the main reasons we moved to Falls Church. We originally lived about a mile away, just across the border in Fairfax County. And we started going to the Mary Riley Stiles Library when these guys were little, when Oliver was a baby and Cade was a toddler. And we fell in love with it. We fell in love with the library, we fell in love with the staff, and through the library, we fell in love with this community. We saw the resources that Falls Church was putting into the library system, and we said, that's the kind of place we want to live. Because a community as small as Falls Church, and yet that's willing to put the kind of resources into a public library, and by association, the school system that we then researched, because frankly, we learned about the library. We learned about the public school system via the library. And after that, we fell in love with the whole place. And we moved and stretched and squeezed our finances to get here, and we have loved it ever since, the 3 years we've been here. So now we have an opportunity to make some decisions. And I could say a lot of different things about the library expansion project. I could talk about how, as much as we love the library, how it is frustratingly overcrowded. How when these guys were little and we went to story time, how there was sometimes literally not room to bring a new kid into the room. How it was standing room only or worse. I could talk about how there's not room for strollers. When you have a young baby, there's nowhere to put them. I could talk about, I'm a lawyer, so I could really talk about how the library violates the Americans with Disabilities Act. It is not ADA compliant, which not only violates the law, I am almost certain it violates the values of this community. I could talk about On the positive side, the incredible design for the expansion and renovation of the library, with more room for everything, more room for kids, more room for adults, more room for meetings, and therefore more democracy, more room for strollers, all of that, right? Anyone who's seen the proposal, I challenge them to disagree with me that it's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. That's not what I want to focus on tonight. I'm sure you all have heard many things about that. I want to focus very briefly on some numbers, because I spent my afternoon, at least on the Metro back, digging up some numbers regarding the census and regarding your own projections from this council for the growth of Falls Church. And at the end, I think we're going to see that although this is an annoying decision to have to make, and I don't envy you having to make it, it's no fun to have to spend money. I'm a public servant myself, so I know that's not a fun decision to be in. I don't actually think it's a hard decision, as annoying as it is. The last renovation of this library was in 1992. Okay, I was 13 years old. Thanks, Gade. I'll finish up quickly. It was in 1992, and we're left with the same library now. And I was just looking at your projections that were presented to this council about a year ago that project essentially a doubling of that population within the next 2 years. So we're dealing with a library that is, the same size from 20 years ago with double the population. The net result of that is not that we have the same library our predecessors had. The net result is that we have less. So I want to close by saying there is no neutral position here, right? There is no status quo. If you choose not to expand the library, the effect is that these guys and everyone who comes after has less of a library on a per capita basis than their predecessors had. I don't think that's the kind of community, certainly not the kind of community we bought into, and I don't think it's the kind of community most of us moved to Falls Church to be in. So yes, it's annoying, it's a frustrating decision to have to make, but I don't think it's a hard one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Finley, followed by Irene Chambers. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you for a few minutes. My name is Steve Finley. I'm on the board of the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation. Been on it for over 6 years now, and we're very proud of the work we do with the City of Falls Church and with Fairfax County for the historical site and with the music festival, the annual music festival, and now with our social justice committee. And I'm talking with you tonight about the vision for the mural project. Falls Church is rich with history. It's on the plaques on our buildings. It's on the sidewalk around the Lincoln at Tinner Hill now, laying out the history of that area. It's in our cemeteries, where people that lived in this community and gave their lives in service of bigger issues than, individual pursuits like civil rights, stayed in the community, and they're buried in the community, and they're still remembered by people in their churches. But one thing that comes to mind, in my neighborhood, I'm never pitched to buy anything more than when someone else in my neighborhood is putting on a new roof on their house, and it looks good, and I'll be darned if the people doing that aren't knocking on every door in the neighborhood saying, "We're in your neighborhood. Wouldn't you like a new roof on your house?" And I usually say no, but to me, that's kind of like what a mural does for history. History's there if you want to stop and you want to read the plaques on the walls or the tombstones in the cemeteries. But when people are driving by and they see a mural that captures and crystallizes a moment in history, they're much more likely to stop, learn more about it, and even start reading the plaques on the walls and finding out more about the history. And we think that the mural project has the potential to do that for a number of sites in Falls Church. But it's got to start with the first mural. And what we're hoping that we will get support from you, particularly to start that first mural, because we think when it's up and it catches everyone's imagination, it's going to help other businesses and artists want to partner with Tinner Hill to bring other visions of our local history, our rich local history, to life here and help tell the story and bring other people in to share these visions. So that's what I want to say. Others, I think, will add to that this evening, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Irene Chambers, followed by Ed Henderson.
So good evening. Yes, I'm Irene Chambers, and I'm, excuse me, the interim president of the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation Board. There are many practical and intellectual reasons for supporting the murals that the foundation is trying to get started. There are practical things like the fact that there are commercial and industrial buildings in the area surrounding the Tinner Hill Historic Site that are plain, unattractive, and murals would bring them to life and give them vitality. Another practical reason is that the foundation has already started to fundraise for this, and money coming from the city would be matched by private funds. And we need the city's support to actually encourage others to contribute to the mural project. But I think the thing that's most important to me was touched on by Steve and in some ways by the previous speaker on the library. We want to start the murals because it would be good for Falls Church, for everything that Falls Church stands for. The historic site that we talk about and that the proclamation was given for is an important historic site because freedom and justice triumph there. It's something that Falls Church should be really proud of, something that Falls Church people in Falls Church already could learn more about with the presence of the murals, could point to as a way of making that history and that achievement of freedom and justice more than 100 years ago visible in our city. I think that there's nothing that we could do that would be better than that, to make sure that people driving through Falls Church on Lee Highway would have to take notice of something that was that important. It's such an important event because people in our midst 100 years ago knew that in order to save their own freedom and justice and equal opportunity, took planning and strategic efforts on their own behalf. And the thing is, they won. And by giving some recognition in a big mural kind of way, it's what the Philadelphia Mural Project says, that art ignites change, and that's kind of what we would do. So I appreciate your listening to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ed Henderson, followed by Helen Smith.
I'm going to have Frank and Helen go before me.
Okay. All right, come on down.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Frank Burdett, and I live at 6569 Snowbell Lane in Falls Church. I am a member of the Social Justice Committee of Falls Church and vicinity. I'm also a deacon at Falls Church Presbyterian Church. As we heard earlier from the proclamations that have been read, there is a clear need and will to honor the history of Falls Church. And briefly, I just wanted to state that I am fully in support of the request that a portion of the city's budget surplus be used to fund the creation of the historic mural district projects. These proposed projects will help continue the critical conversations around hope, respect, and racial healing among the members of our diverse community. I believe in the potential of these projects to help the little city make a big impact, and I hope that you will support these projects. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker, I believe, is Helen Smith. Come on down.
Helen Smith, excuse me, 2958 Strathmead Street, Falls Church, Virginia. I'm here this evening to ask the Falls Church City Council members to allocate money to the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation's mural project. The murals, which will depict the history of civil rights, of which Falls Church is an integral part, will tell an important story, not in words, but in pictures, to be seen, thought about, and discussed. And I yield my time to Ed.
By the way, I'd like to say that I support the library expansion. Like the gentleman here was saying, you know, it's much overdue, and we need to be in ADA compliance, as well as I was hoping they would even be bigger than the plans that were approved. Now, And I think it should be funded to a reasonable extent with all of the money that you have in the surplus. However, let me just say that 5 years ago, you did a South Washington corridor study. I think it was 5 years ago. But yet, little of that has been implemented. And the South Washington corridor is really not very attractive. And I think that money that should have been spent has been used for other things other than to make it more attractive and accessible and safe. One of the things that this Route 29 project group is trying to do is make things safe, but it also incorporates the idea of the mural project. They have a 53-page report that was done by the students and the professor there at Virginia Tech, which, if you get a chance to read it, I think you really need to look at it. I think the people in the planning compartment could really learn some things from that as well. And it includes our map for the mural project. You received an email from one of our social justice members, Sylvia Mom, who talks about, for the sake of equity, broader education, and community improvement, I ask that the City Council dedicate at least a small amount of funding to help initiate the mural project along Lee Highway in the Tenner Hill area. This project will identify for passers through that this is an entrance to Falls Church City and a historic neighborhood, and will serve to pique their interest in stopping to explore, eat, and find entertainment in the city. This project can have economic as well as educational and social community benefits. Recognizing that the council can't do everything, just a small investment here is the right thing to do. And I'm also going to read some comments from our Social Justice Committee president. It ain't real until it's real. For what it's worth, circumstances will change, maybe in favor, maybe against us. What are the chances of funds being available next year? Half a loaf is better than none. And then he says, ask the council to go on record formally in support of the mural project and to set up a mechanism for exploring funding possibilities as well as fleshing out details. What about asking them to make a resolution with a small exploratory budget, a way of getting some city skin into the game? And so it would be great if we could get some small study money and a commitment from the city council, a resolution of sorts, that you're committed to the project and you're going to help us get it done. And that's what I'd like to ask for you all to do. It would be great if you would fund the first mural, but if we could talk about things and try to understand what's required and what we're trying to do. I'm not sure that the information which we've passed out the last two times has been digested and really thought about. So I'm hoping that we can have some time to have a discussion.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Our next speaker is Jessica Hagenbart, followed by Stuart Whitaker, our last speaker currently. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. If I could, Ms. Heath, before my time starts, could you please clarify what you read something at the beginning and you said my name about myself and William Nunley. I think that you said that we were in support of the library. Do you mind? I'm sorry.
Requesting no increased funding for the library and more funds for pedestrian safety.
Okay, no, then I misheard it.
Okay.
Sorry, that was correct. So, sorry about that. Good evening. I'm not anti-library. I'm just asking that we remain within budget for that, and that's a personal request. But I'm also coming to you tonight as a concerned resident and mother for the traffic calming measures that the whole city needs, especially my city that I'm here to represent tonight, or excuse me, my street, West Marshall Street and Delaney Place. Some of my neighbors are here with me supporting tonight. We have a petition to turn into you where we received approximately over 80% of the people that live on the street. Nobody declined to sign, everybody, and then we're still trying to reach a few others. But we're asking for more traffic calming, as you know. I talked to you about that before. So anyway, I would like to just point out, and as you all know, probably more than I do because you've lived in the city probably longer than I have, that the city was, I don't know the history of the design, but it seems like a lot of it was patched together over, hundreds of years, and nobody really could anticipate the amount of commuter traffic and congestion that we have. And I'm asking that we prioritize traffic calming and pedestrian safety. Something that drew my husband and I to the city was the little city, the walkability, and it doesn't do us a lot of good to have great places to walk to if we can't get there safely. So I will say that I would ask for a concerted effort throughout the city, not just on Marshall Street, because the streets were not designed for the throughput that we see on a daily basis, and they were also not designed for the aggressive driving and traffic violations that I witness daily. And anybody who walks anywhere, just takes their kids to the bus stop or walks them to school, sees these violations on a daily basis, and it's very upsetting. So I would ask that as you're looking at how do we spend our money, like I said, I'm not anti-library, but I just ask that we remain within budget and that we prioritize the safety of our citizens and especially our children. Everybody sees the children walking to and from school every day. So those are definitely one of the groups that we have to protect. I'm not convinced that traffic calming alone will fix the problem. We can implement all, speed bumps or raised crosswalks or chicanes or everything. I really believe that we need enforcement, more police enforcement. I was told that our police force is sized based on our population in the 1970s, and that sounds a little ridiculous. I don't know what the population was, but it wasn't what it is today. I know that we are privileged that we don't have a lot of crime in our city, and so that goes into the sizing of the police force. But if you consider all the traffic violations a crime, then I think we definitely are in need for a larger police force. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker, at least currently, is Stuart Whitaker. Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Get that up. Good to see you all. I'm here to talk about transit, one of my favorite subjects. I'm a transit advocate. I favor transit for a number of reasons. It's typically lower emissions than single occupancy vehicles. There are equity issues associated with being able to have good transit access. There's safety issues. The lady was just talking about hazards of speeding in automobiles. There are about 3 times as many deaths from on highways as there are gun homicides in the United States on an annual basis. There are also issues about neighborhood quality if you have more transit that allows people to get around. I've actually was 7 years without an automobile from 2010 to 2017, and ultimately decided that it was really impossible to get around in this community being Northern Virginia and the D.C. area, without owning an automobile. that's an indication of how poor public transit is. So I'm glad here to speak today about improvements to public transit. But I'd like to talk about some of what I perceive as the transit inequities. Looking at the Title VI reports that WMATA has put out, it indicates that there are significant disparities even in the ridership of buses versus rail. About 80% of the people that take rail, according to WMATA statistics, come from households with a family income of over $100,000. And approximately the reverse of that is true with buses. Only about 20% of the people that are taking buses have a household income of over $100,000. There's a significant disparity. And I think that disparity is due to the fact that people who are of means are transit choice riders don't take transit because transit is very bad. Fundamentally, it's poor. I've done some analysis on that, and what I find is it takes typically twice as long or more to get from point A to point B in the Northern Virginia area on public transit as it does compared to automobiles. So what I would like for this community to do, not only Falls Church City, but the broader region, is to work to make public transit better than it is, and to set as objectives increasing riders, to pay attention to the kinds of riders that are being served. Now, one of the issues that some of you have heard me talk about in the past is the fact that when a toll service contract was built to put toll service on I-66 outside the Beltway, there was a provision in the public-private partnership that limits extension of public transit rail service on 66 until 10 years after toll service begins. To me, that's really an appalling provision. It's a provision that was supported by the Falls Church City Council. It was supported by Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. It was supported by the governor of Virginia. And what I would ask for is that if I can be charitable about that and consider that that was a mistake, I would like to see that Falls Church City never make decisions in the future that so disadvantage public transit users to the benefit of automobile users. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. So unless there are any other speakers, and if there are and you can speak now, obviously, or you can speak when the matter you're interested in comes up. So for the moment, it looks like we're done with public speakers. I'm going to go on to council requests. Are there any council requests before we move on to the report of the city manager? Mr. Snyder, and then Mr. Lichtenhouse, and then Ms. Hardy, and then I don't know who else.
A couple things. It's a combination of comment and a request. This morning, the governor and the legislative leadership in the state announced probably the best transportation funding package that I've ever seen. And I hope that it goes forward. The city is fully supportive of it. It's more money for transit. And the hope is that it will address the kinds of issues that our public speaker just heard. So I would say to all that we're fully supportive of every effort to improve funding for transit. It also has some critical safety elements, and one of them is directly relevant to our effort to deal with the out-of-control traffic in the city of Falls Church, which is it will make it easier for us to lower our speed limit. And then combined with enforcement, that might be a major positive improvement there as well. So I wanted to indicate that we have announced our full support for that. The speaker just now made some reference to something about I-66 outside the Beltway. I think we should review those agreements. In fact, a lot of the toll revenues have resulted in significantly more transit service. Included are the long-haul buses from Loudoun County and elsewhere that didn't exist. So I'm a little bit surprised by any conclusion other than we've been totally supporting transit from the beginning in every way we can. And I think as well we'll hear even more of the kinds of projects that are exciting and are very transit-oriented. So I wanted to make those comments. I also wanted to make a comment regarding the presentation from the Tinner Hill Foundation. I hope we'll be able to discuss that later to find out so that we can at least begin to explore avenues for funding for the mural project. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lichtenhouse, then Ms. Hardy.
Yep, just to follow on to the comments Mr. Snyder made about Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation Social Justice Committee, just a request for staff to request additional details. I know we received some preliminary overhead and mural placement, but broad estimate of cost and timing to accomplish that, so it can be duly considered as part of this surplus conversation.
Unrelated to the surplus, I'm going to be a broken record on this, but I'd like an update on where we are with our glass recycling program changes. I think I've asked several times, and only because I've been asked by the public.
All right, anybody down this side of the table? Vice Mayor Connolly?
This is to the community on Marshall Street that's here. We are going to get to discussing the budget surplus and reuse of funds. It'll be much later in the meeting, but I do want to let you know that there is definitely some consideration of looking at a large grant to look at that whole Greenway Downs neighborhood, of which you live and where I live and others that live as well. So I want you to know that that is on the plate if you aren't able to stay here for our whole meeting.
All right, well, I think that's it. Mr. Shields, we are on to you and your report.
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. For tonight's city manager's report, if I could invite Paul Stoddard to come forward. We have two presentations tonight that are transportation-related, transit-related specifically. And if Mr. Stoddard could just introduce our guest speakers, and we'd like to take time tonight to share this information with the city council and with the community.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mayor Tarter and members of council. There are 3 transit-related items on your agenda, 2 under the manager's report, and then a 3rd under your action items. Going to propose to tackle them one at a time. And the first thing I actually want to do is reverse the order of items 9A and 9B, and first talk about the WMATA bus transformation project. Here tonight to make the presentation on the project, Julie Hirschhorn with WMATA staff, and Jason Mumford, who's also on the project team. Before I turn it over, I just want to highlight some of the items in the staff report for your review and consideration. Tonight, staff is requesting feedback on key elements of the strategy plan, the action plan, so that staff can do its work in terms of coordinating future bus changes in and around the city. Of course, there are options to do this throughout the year, budget discussions, state of good repair, operational changes, and other ad hoc opportunities that present themselves. There is no motion in the staff report. This is for council's feedback. So instead, the recommendation section focuses on some of the importance of bus service. It remains an important part of the region's transportation network. And as mentioned earlier, bus can often be an equitable transportation option. It's also effective and cost efficient. Increasing bus service is also consistent with the city's transportation goals of meeting increasing travel demand throughout the region and the city without increasing automobile volumes. This effort began back in 2018. This effort began in 2018 when WMATA launched an effort in response to recent trends in bus service, which is increasing costs to run the bus service and decreasing ridership across the region. So there was a thought given to what can the region do, not just WMATA, but the region come together to redesign and re-envision bus service. That resulted in a transformation strategy that included 4 key elements that are laid out beginning at line 30 in the staff report. Provide frequent and convenient bus service, give buses priority on roadways, create an excellent customer service experience, and empower a publicly appointed task force to oversee the transformation. Subsequent to that, a bus transformation action plan was developed and published in 2019, and that action plan includes detailed actions and timelines to realize that bus vision. With that, I want to turn it over to the project team.
Welcome.
Thank you, Paul.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. We're grateful for the opportunity to give an overview of the bus transformation project, the regional bus transformation project this evening, and so excited to be on such a transit-oriented agenda this evening. As I begin my brief presentation, I'd like to invite you to think about the last time you boarded a bus or a train in the region. Members of the audience also, I'm a daily bus commuter to my job and pay my fare, greet the driver. I'm one of 600,000 bus rides in this region on a given weekday. Think about what that means. That's, by the way, about the same number as the number of people riding Metro Rail on a given day. That's about 700,000, but 600,000 rides on a given day. What does that mean for the economy of the city, of the region, people getting to work, people getting to their school or other business that they're going about? The scale of it and the scale of the planning and operating that goes along with that is significant. And that's one of the things that we've entered the bus transformation project with this value proposition of bus. And I'll give you a brief overview of the bus transformation project. Paul has given you the contours of it, and then spend a minute on the action steps that are relevant for the city as the action continues to improve the bus system and bus service. So the value proposition, as I've been involved in many regional transportation initiatives across the Washington region, having worked here as a professional in transit for more than 15 years now, people connect the quality of life with the functioning of the transportation system like no other place, maybe a few other places. But it's on people's mind as an effect on quality of life. And when we say quality of life, it's of course survivability for many people. As the earlier speaker pointed out, the majority of bus riders are lower income passengers, households. But the value that bus brings is significant in terms of both congestion reduction, affordability of access, even affordability of where people choose to live and are able to work and live. So we enter this work with that set of values and real import for transforming the bus. It's not just a physical or operational technical challenge. It really is existential for a lot of people. And we've been very busy over the last 18 months. We're appreciative of your support, of your staff time being among many volunteer and paid collaborators in the bus transformation effort over this past 18 months. There's some numbers on the slide of how many people, but we've been led by a volunteer executive steering committee, about a dozen people from the business community, nonprofit sector, transportation people who have lent their time to overseeing that effort, and then a senior staff level committee that met very regularly throughout the course of the project. And of course, there was a lot of public engagement to seek input on the recommendations, which fall under these 4 categories that Paul mentioned. We wanted to keep it simple so that we can communicate the important message, which is people need frequent and convenient bus service. The buses themselves need to travel more quickly and efficiently on the region's roadway network, which is full of a lot of other vehicles. And the customer experience needs to be top. It needs to be easy to pay, plan your trip, ride, envision how the system works. The Metro Rail is pretty easy to envision. The bus system may need additional technology aids to help it. And so we have many recommendations in that category. And then how will the region collaborate to make sure that what is done all fits together? That's this this fourth category, where we emphasize the regional coordination. We made lots of changes to the details of the strategy based on the comments that we received at all levels of our committee structure through the public comment that we got. So we were very responsive to that, and actually we really improved the strategy. We had 6 different points of strategy. We boiled those into 4 based on the comments, which I thought made it a lot more effective. And then we also had a lot of lower tier, more practical or implementation-related comments that we incorporated in the final work. I won't go into the detailed 26 recommendations that fall within those 4 categories, but you have that executive summary in front of you, and we're happy to discuss any of the specifics. So we have this 26 recommendations, and those recommendations make their way into a very detailed set of actions. And then there are actions within these actions, but the key is to take those simple overarching themes and put them on the calendar for real progress toward making BUS better. And so this is a glimpse of the action plan. And what will that look like when it's implemented? Well, the region will have increased ridership on BUS. It will be a more efficient system from the standpoint of passengers carried and per dollar per passengers carried. There will be happier customers who want to come back to the system. If more people ride BUS, fewer people are in single passenger vehicles, which will be less congestion and so faster for everyone. And the environmental impact, of course, is an important consideration. And we'll have a better regional coordination across these things. So we are visiting all of the jurisdictions across the region and agencies whose work relates to transportation, and we seek your comment and input as well as support of the recommendations. Some specifics where the city can lead include taking seriously the initiatives to implement BUS priority within the city, and enforcing that priority is an important element. And also supporting the low-income fare product, subsidies for people who struggle to afford transportation. We found that that's going to be a critical movement for the jurisdictions to take. And then the infrastructure. People care about the safety, the comfort, the warmth of their wait time as they await the bus. And then over on the right side here, the next step will be to restructure the physical layout of the system and its operation. So this first step that we've taken has been much more about how to configure that next step from the business, from the prioritization perspective, and now how do we strategically reorient the network over time. So these are the things that we submit respectfully for your action and continued consideration, and happy to have discussion at this point or later.
All right, well, listen, thank you so much for that fine presentation and your work on behalf of the region's transportation network. I'm going to start with Mr. Snyder, who is the expert on council on regional transportation. Mr. Snyder, do you have any initial comments or thoughts?
No, I think there's been a lot of good work done here. I'd suggest we move this to a work session where we can spend some more time on the particular recommendations. Certainly, any comments tonight would be good, but I'm also acutely aware that we've got a fairly long agenda with some action items. But I think we should have a bit more time to study this and then to maybe deal with it in more detail in a work session. That would be my idea.
All right, are there other, Ms. Hardy?
I'm fine with moving this to work session as well, but I'll leave you with a couple of, questions or maybe things that we can hone in on. So one of the concerns I've heard from bus riders is the reason why they don't take buses because of the predictability and not knowing when the bus will come. And frankly, bus schedules are still as archaic as they were when I was trying to use them and trying to figure out, even with an app, when buses are going to come. And so one idea that I think is implemented elsewhere is real-time signage. Is that one of the many strategies you guys have in the transformation plan?
It is real-time bus information is one of the 26 strategies.
Great.
Yes.
And to bring it to Falls Church, I mean, I'd love to know what it means for kind of our bus shelters and our bus stops that we have in place, when we need to start planning for that technology. And then related to Falls Church in particular, I think I read in this one of the many staff reports we have for this, is that the 3T, which was recently brought back, is actually ending again by the end of this year. So I think that merits more discussions, just because I think our community needs a plan for that. So whether it's tonight or in a separate work session, I think that's something that we need to talk about. And I think there's a replacement bus line that will come, and I think we'd love to know how that bus line will marry up to the current 3T schedule. So again, our community members and businesses can plan for that change. 3 specific city, I guess, requests I have. On the bus stops, I know we've implemented a bunch of new bus stop designs, which hopefully makes it easier and more welcoming for people to take bus. I know we have more to do, so as part of the upcoming CIP, I'd like to know where we are with that schedule, what money is it going to take to do the rest of them. I do think it's a really nice branding element for the city as well when we have those new bus shelters. It's very defining for the city when you come in, so I'd love to do more of those. Second, I am very interested in the low-income fare. I do agree with you that I think bus in particular is a really great equity leveling. I think it makes sure that we want to make sure that it's accessible to all parts of our population. And so if that's something that the city needs to fund, I'd like to know it relates to the FY21 budget, what that means in terms of dollars. And then a third idea, which has been discussed in previous years, is the idea of the city issuing bus passes for actually our middle and high school kids. So rather than run extra school buses, I know in many communities, people just take the public bus system. And if the 3T or the replacement bus line that's going up and down 7 is really realistically going to go the same places that our school buses are going to go, I'd love to explore that as an option and potential partnership opportunity with our schools. So combination of, questions for you for next time, as well as for city staff to think about too. But thank you very much.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, thank you so much for that first presentation, Mr. Stoddard. I know we've got another transportation presentation here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The second of 3 transit-related items on your agenda tonight is, this one is another presentation. This one is the status update and a request for some direction on the status of the Envision Route 7 Bus Rapid Transit, or BRT, study. Phase 3 was recently completed. We are on the verge of moving into Phase 4, and as these studies continue, the effort is moving from a conceptual design stage into really thinking about the nuts and bolts of how implementation would work, how much the system would cost. And so at this stage, staff is seeking some direction from council on these key items in terms of including them in Phase 4 of the study. Those are laid out. Of course, there's no action for you tonight. This is for information and discussion. But those key items that staff's looking for feedback for begin on line 9. First is making sure ridership updates, ridership estimates continue to be updated throughout the project and made available at a jurisdiction-specific level so that residents of the City of Falls Church can understand the sort of what's in it for me, how many people are going to get on in the city, how many people are going to get off in the city, and that'll give some sense of the benefit of the project. Turning movements. Bus rapid transit usually includes a dedicated right-of-way, a dedicated lane. Within the City of Falls Church, there isn't that right-of-way available to provide that dedicated lane, and so the study is looking at what are alternate configurations. You'll see an acronym out here, BAT, which stands for Business Access and Transit Lane. So it would be reserved for transit vehicles as well as folks who are in cars and are turning, either accessing a business or making a turn at an intersection. How that works at several of the city's intersections will be a question as this moves into Phase 4. Specifically turning movements where there are traffic signals without dedicated left turn lanes, and how can that lane configuration be adjusted to best meet transportation needs? Is there an option to expand it to allow for HOV capacity in the outside lane? Of course, there are many urban areas in the region where HOV lane configurations are used. West Falls Church Metro. As proposed, the system will connect to the East Falls Church Metro. City staff continues to look at opportunities to make a better connection to the West Falls Church Metro, not only as part of the city's own redevelopment efforts there, but also as the comprehensive planning update Fairfax County is undergoing, as well as considerations for redevelopment of the Virginia Tech campus. And then lastly, a project like this, the next item, number 5, obviously a system like this doesn't go through without coordination. Fairfax County has their own plans for Seven Corners, and so continuing to keep an eye on how that situation will evolve, depending on what stage of implementation Fairfax County is for their plans. And then 2 practical items related to stations. First, station design, looking at opportunities to utilize existing curb heights and bus shelters. Those sound like fairly mundane things, but the hoped-for benefit on the part of staff is to keep the streets and the sidewalks fairly clean, rather than duplicating shelters, having one shelter for regular bus service and then a second shelter for bus rapid transit, trying to keep that consolidated to a single set of shelters. And then station locations, of course, this is still some years away from implementation, and so the city will continue to see revitalization and redevelopment along the commercial corridors, and so bus stops may have to flex in response to those, redevelopments. Background, of course, a project like this is consistent with the city's adopted goals and its comprehensive plan, specifically the Mobility for All Modes chapter that identifies several goals related to transit, including encouraging transit ridership and expanding access to transit. The project scope, beginning on line 39, this is a new kind of bus service for the region, bus rapid transit, as I mentioned, having a dedicated lane, having high-frequency service running at 15 or 10-minute frequencies, and then other pieces of system that make it run faster than the ordinary bus service that people are used to. Things like off-board fare collection. So the idea is bus pulls up to the stop, both doors open, everybody can get on or off freely without waiting one at a time to tap their Smart Trip card or pay cash into the fare box. All of these little service improvements serve to make the bus much faster, much more competitive, and in sometimes even a travel time advantage over passenger automobiles. The geography of the project scope, as described in that image, would begin at the Tysons Metro stations, run through Pimmitt Hills, through City of Falls Church, make a connection at the East Falls Church Metro, come back down into Seven Corners, and then stay on Route 7 through Seven Corners and Bailey's, touch onto the Beauregard Corridor, and then travel south to the Marks Center in Alexandria. Of course, this connects not only 4 jurisdictions, Fairfax County, City of Falls Church, Arlington County, and City of Alexandria. Probably more important to the people who live and work along that corridor, it's connecting multiple activity centers. So the things that people do day in and day out, whether they're going to work at the Marks Center or living or shopping in Bailey's or Seven Corners, or living in the City of Falls Church, Pimmitt Hills, or Tysons. This is a bus service that provides them a better option than what they have today. Timeline for the project, this began in 2013. There was a heavy interest in the City of Falls Church to get this started, as well as federal support for the funding of this project. Then for Phase 2, funding needs transitioned to a more local or a regional nature of funding streams. Phase 2 being completed in 2017, Phase 3 in 2019, and now Phase 4 is what's expected next. As described in the fiscal impact, the city's expected share for the Phase 4 study is $50,000. Construction estimates at this time are approximately $500 million, and of course the city would have some share of that, but I think the expectation for a major transportation like this is of course to have some sort of grant funding or offset from other sources. With that, I want to turn it over to Dan Goldfarb, who's the project manager with the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission.
Thanks, Paul. I think Jason and Paul set me up really well. I got to lower this, surprise. Sorry, my clicker. Really well, because Jason talked at this kind of macro level, and I'm bringing it down to kind of our ground level. And I'll just talk about kind of Envision Route 7 and where we are and where we're going. I'd like to thank, first of all, the city for giving us this opportunity at NVTC to come and talk about the study. It's an important study for Route 7, and we enjoy getting to engage with our stakeholders. So just to talk about the project, I think Paul gave a really good good overview. What we're really looking at is connections, connecting Tysons and Alexandria and all points along the corridor. And really what's driving this project and the need for it is a lot of growth at Tysons Corner. Even the whole corridor is important, but feeding into Tysons becomes important. By the year 2040, 2045, Tysons Corner will look like downtown Seattle, or even almost as many jobs as downtown Houston. So that's really important. And then when you just look at the corridor as a whole, you see there's about a third, a little bit over a third of growth in population, and just about equal with that with jobs. A lot of growth in this corridor. And what we want to do by putting high-capacity transit out there is provide opportunities, connect people and businesses and people, provide higher frequency service, something that saves time. We want to move more people. We want to give them choice. So up to now, the study's focused on 3 questions. And the first question was, kind of in that early start was, well, what mode's best for the corridor? And it was narrowed down to BRT or LRT or just bus. And then where is our end connection? The City of Alexandria had some concern about going to King Street, so we started to look at King Street versus Marks Center, if there were equal opportunities or better opportunities. And then the third question, which really impacts the city here, is do we stay on Route 7 or do we leave Route 7 and connect with East Falls Church? And what came out of out of Phase 2, when we finished Phase 2, was we said, BRT is really the best mode for this corridor. It's very flexible, gives us a lot of opportunities in the corridor. It handles the demand well. Connecting to Marks Center is equally as good, if not better, than connecting to King Street, because we go into the West End Transitway, and we can align with that and do service north or south. When we hit that, we can connect to Van Dorn Metro. There's a lot of flexibility there. And then the other big point was connecting over to East Falls Church, which kind of was a travel shed within the corridor. A lot of trips are attracted there, and they transfer there. Okay. So Route 7 is just one part of a bigger BRT network that we're thinking about when we look at Northern Virginia. With the transaction plan and NVTA, we came up with an idea. NVTC and NVTA worked together, and we kind of came up with an idea of what a BRT network would look like. But I think what's important to think about is that probably one of the BRT lines with the highest potential ridership really is Route 7. It's a mature corridor. There's a lot of attractions and productions in that corridor. Okay, so after Phase 2, right, we came to Phase 3, and I talked about a little bit about that last year. Phase 3, in some ways, could have been part of Phase 2. It was kind of left off, but Phase 3 said, well, what's out there? Well, how much room do we have, and where would we need more room? So Phase 3 really looked at identifying potential areas of concern, defining the transitway, really refining it, because we had a lot of segmented parts. So we kind of put it together to make something that could work engineering-wise. And then we had an improved cost estimate. I just want to make one small correction to the 500 mark you saw. That was in $2030. So if we look at net present value at today's dollars, it's about $350. And what's driving that cost and the refinement was we have 2 big retaining walls in the corridor now that were identified in the Phase 3 study. But really what I hope Phase 3 study does is it provides guidance to our jurisdictions when they think about land use and improvements in the corridor. We can start to think about reserving areas for the BRT. In Falls Church, that's a different story than in Fairfax County, 2 different areas. If we, just to touch on 7 Corners, in the Phase 4 study, we only go up to 7 Corners because they haven't figured out what 7 Corners will look like yet. We're working with them, but we're waiting for that. So we are looking, there are different areas that you're talking about guiding, kind of this document being a guidance document. Okay, so out of this came, if you were to look in the Phase 3 report, one of the major projects was this kind of conceptual engineering where we went through and laid out how the BRT would fit in the system. And this is just to give you, this is a section in Tysons where it would be going across the Beltway, and it would be in the center median running. But here I just took a quick shot of Falls Church, and you see we have a BAT lane in Falls Church at this time. That's a business access transit lane. We can talk about that later if you have questions, but that seems to be what fits best here, is giving priority. The stations are identified here just as an area where a potential station could be. It's flexible, and as Paul pointed to, as it develops more and we get into final engineering, stations might move slightly. But we've identified areas where we'd like stations and where spacing could be. Okay, so the next step is Phase 4. And we have these Roman numerals. I feel like I'll be here like the Super Bowl. There'll be an X and an L and a V by the time I finally get to get this built. But phase 4, we're breaking it down. And this is a really important stage, we feel, at NVTC, because it's a mobility study. And we really want to go out and we want to understand all these things like turning movements, how many vehicles are turning, how does the BRT fit into that? And then what are the benefits to the community? So what are the benefits to the residents of Falls Church in their mobility through the corridor? And for this study, we'll be doing, I can kind of change it here. We'll be looking at new ridership estimates. We're really going to get down to the micro level. We want to look at turning movements at the intersections, queue lengths. We'll be using a micro simulation model to kind of go through this and get what travel times, how they improve, how they're impacted, what happens to the queues at intersections. That will all come out of this next phase 4 study. The phase 4 study for this part will go from Tysons to Seven Corners. The portion from Tysons to about 66 is being done by Fairfax County now. We'll take their model, the simulation model, and build onto that. As part of that, again, Paul mentioned, we've gone through and we use a formula that looks at the benefits that each jurisdiction would get from a BRT. So even though most of, or a large part of the BRT is within the city of Fairfax, other jurisdictions that have a small part, like Arlington, benefit a lot by having a BRT. So in this case, you can see Arlington is asked to give about 14%, where the city of Falls Church is 16%. So even though Arlington has a very small part, they benefit a lot. We tried to be more equitable. This is the same approach we used for the Phase 3 funding. So with that, I can answer any questions that you guys have on this study.
All right, thank you very much. Again, I'm going to start with, just see if our regional transportation expert, Dave Snyder, has any questions. Anything you want to start us off with?
No, just that this project really started some years ago when then Congressman Jim Moran got a grant from the federal government to get this started, and we've been a major proponent of working through this to determine its feasibility. So I want to thank everybody concerned, and especially successive councils who have been interested in this and wanting to see it thoroughly explored to determine its feasibilities. We know we have particular challenges in the city. We don't have the ability to have a dedicated bus lane here, and so how do we support our businesses and the traffic that's important to them, but at the same time give this some degree of bus priority. So I think that's being taken into account. I would also note that the city has sketched in a potential stop in our West End development project along 7, so we are very much engaged in a thorough feasibility study of this. So thanks a lot for the presentation. And again, hopefully we can do a work session and have more thorough discussion after folks have had more of a chance to take a look at the materials.
All right, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Connolly?
Thank you. And thank you for both of those presentations on buses. It's good that they both came tonight. This one is much more long-term, I think, than the Metro Bus Transformation Project. This is a really basic question. Would the BRT become a Metro bus, a Metro BRT? Or would that be an NVTC BRT? Or is that something that's going to be studied in Phase 4, 5, 6, or
Yeah,
LXV?
like 4 or 5 LXV. That would go with the service planning effort. So there would have to be a framework that lets you do a regional transit service, right? Because all the jurisdictions would have to work together. So my guess would be if this was happening tomorrow, you would look towards Metro to do it. But at this time, we haven't looked at a specific provider because who knows by 2025, 5 years or 10 years, how the dynamic could change.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hardy, and then Mr. Duncan, and then Mr. Lichtenhouse.
Thank you. So besides the $50,000, how can we support you on this?
Mr. Snyder, I must say, has been great support on this, and personally, I really appreciate the support he's given at the commission for this, and when I've come to speak to council. I think we've worked with your staff well. I think the 28X, which is coming up a little later, we've worked with staff to kind of get that going as an idea, because that starts to prime the beginning of the bus system. It starts to tell people, here's a skip-stop service bus that runs more efficiently, and it's kind of tracing the same path. So
That's the one that we're applying for the $3 million
Right.
I-66 commuter choice grant?
Yeah, and it would take it would run up the same as the T3 is, but then continue straight into Tyson's.
Great. Well, thank you, because I think clearly when you look at the demographics and the job growth, I think we do need innovative transportation options like this. I actually had two questions for staff. I will admit that I did not read all 250 pages of the report, but I did read the 30 or 50 that are around Falls Church. On page 18, it actually talks about Route 7 expansion between Falls Church and 495, including adding a shared multi-use path. Is that something that we are coordinating with Fairfax County on? And if not, I think we should be.
I can get Paul in trouble, but I'll let him do it.
It is a very timely question, actually. At the staff level, Fairfax County Department of Transportation, supervisor staffs, as well as city staff continue to engage on redevelopment around the West Falls Church area. How that lane configuration gets handled between the Falls Plaza, 66, 495, of course, are a discussion. I think Fairfax County has plans for widening Route 7 through the Pimmit Hills neighborhood through to 495. And how that works out. There will be in terms of West Falls Church, there is an intention to use a portion of the curbside lane there, not the curbside lane, I should say, the sidewalk as a multi-use path. And of course, at the staff level, we're engaged with West Falls Church Gateway New Partners about that.
So besides the obvious, trying to figure out how to you go from 6 lanes and throttle them down to 4 lanes, I'd love to make sure that any sort of biking multi-use paths continue beyond Falls Church. So it's great that we have bike plans, but clearly bike plans need to be regional. And so if there's going to be a multi-use path down Route 7, and if it stops in the city of Falls Church, we need to figure out how it connects so that people can get around Falls Church too.
Absolutely.
Great. And then the second thing is, in the Falls Church section, it actually identifies Park Avenue as a potential route option, I think the specific words used were under capacity street. I would just want to make sure we flag that, because I personally would have concerns. I don't think Park Avenue would be a great option for BRT. I want to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding the report.
In the report, I think we went through that twice in hopes that this wouldn't happen. We just want to identify that by the bus being on 7 in a bat lane, that we need to understand the impacts on Park Avenue. So in Phase 4, the only time we're going to do forecasting off of Route 7 will be in the Falls Church area to understand, because we're taking this bat lane, right? What's the impact, right, that then goes to Park? Because when you go past here where Fairfax County is adding another lane, they're studying right now with the simulation, was it better, what happens if the bus runs in that lane? Or what's the benefit if we add 2 more lanes, one for the bus and one for the lane? We don't have that option in Falls Church. So we want to make sure when we do this report, it's a mobility report, that it says, well, this is what could happen to Park Avenue.
Great. Thank you for the clarification.
All right, Mr. Duncan, did you have a question?
From an economic development perspective, I feel that we're getting a good start up at the West Falls Church Gateway area in terms of what's been described about how the lanes and station will be designed into that 10-acre project. So that's good. I would encourage you, as you do your work, to also focus on the corner of Broad and Washington. We've been talking about a major redevelopment there for some number of years, but we are very still early in that process. To some degree, we've had a complete reset on the proposal that's being brought to us by a developer applicant, and at least it's my belief that if BRT is to happen, and I hope it does, it gives us a chance to link to the region in a way that we chose to bypass when we steered 66 and the Metro where we did. That was probably an okay decision at its time, but it's had ramifications that have isolated our commercial sector a bit. The Broad and Washington intersection is an opportunity to think a little more expansively, I would argue, about what the BRT would look and do there to create a transit center in the center of, well, it's not actually the center of our town, but it's what we think of as our downtown, so that, traffic going on 29 and 7 would both benefit from mass transit options that are really just not available and that would breathe, I think, new opportunities, new life into that corner, because it's not really a very transit accessible corner. And the way that we think of it, I mean, if the metro isn't right in the basement, it's not transit accessible. So we'd like to do something ambitious there that would enable us to say, you know what, you could have a condominium or an apartment or a business at the corner of Broad and Washington and really do without a car, because you would literally be just a hop skip over via the BRT to East Falls Church. That's just a thought when you begin to roll your sleeves up. I just wanted to mention the youth ridership point that Ms. Hardy made. There was an article in the Bethesda publication today. Just read the headline. Youth ride-on usage has doubled since Kids Ride Free expansion. 6 months after the county government, this Montgomery County government, made ride-on and Metrobus services free for children, usage among people younger than 18 more than doubled. I mean, that, when we talk about metrics of accomplishment here, that's a metric I'd love for us to hit. I mean, I feel like obviously there's income equity considerations with bus ridership. I hear that. But there's also a kind of generational gap, I guess, for lack of a better word, where I don't feel like a lot of young people in this city ride the bus as much as I did when I was their age. Not much older than they were, in my early 20s, working here in D.C. and commuting downtown from Arlington. I rode the bus everywhere. And I feel like, for some reason, we've missed a generation, and the opportunity to recapture that generation through some sort of financial incentives, if necessary, is something that we ought to seriously look at. And the design of the stations as they go through the city, look and see where the kids go. Because the kids are, they're walking, a good bit of them. They're walking, not riding the bus. And where they go and stay and gather gives us some hints as to where our activity nodes in town are. And so as you, again, do your work, and finally, just in terms of process I think there's going to be a tremendous public interest in this once you start drawing stations in, and the question about Park Avenue, there's going to be neighbors that are concerned. This real estate of the street is very scarce, and if you're perceived as taking away from lanes that cars use, then where are those cars going to go until we get to the promised land? There's still going to be personal use vehicles. So just make sure that all the meetings and public comment opportunities that are possible are offered as you do your work. Thank you.
Before we move to Mr. Z, I think, Mr. Lichtenhouse, did you have a comment from earlier?
Yep. What is the anticipated cost per ride of BRT compared to, say, WMATA Metro bus ride?
Just to compare to a regular Metro bus? I can get back to you for this project, but in terms of, so if you're just running the bus, looking at revenue cost, operating cost per revenue hour, so that if you put the capital cost in, obviously it would be there, but the bus price should be the same. You're running the same type of bus. It would even be cheaper, probably, thinking of Metro Way. If you're
I mean for the riders themselves.
It would fit in the fare that we have, whatever the regional fare is. It would fit into the regional fare policy. We haven't used a unique fare policy yet. Yeah. That would also be a decision at the service planning level that would be made by policymakers.
I'll confess, I've never taken a regional bus. Or had to pay for that.
Like $1.35, $1.50, I think.
Okay. It's interesting. I had the opportunity to go to an affordable housing meeting at NVRC last week, and Nancy Vincent from the city was among a bunch of other leaders that were talking about affordability challenges. I was talking about the stark contrast between the amount of the household income here in Falls Church versus the median salary of individuals that actually work in the city that serve people drinks and food, your dry cleaning and things like that. And if I remember correctly, what I wrote down was it was something like $38,000 a year. And so similar to some comments that have been made before, I think, when it comes to all of these types of transportation conversations, it's important for us to recognize that, at least at this particular point in time with Falls Church, a lot of the folks that are going to be taking that are going to be coming into the city to work. And, there's an affordability issue with transit as well. And I just want to make sure that everything that we're envisioning fits within that to make sure that it is affordable, that it's nice, it's fast, it's efficient, it's cleaner, but that it's also affordable for the folks that are going to be using it the most, which make the least, frankly, here in the city.
All right, Mr. Z.
Thank you, Mayor. There is a short passage here with respect to the funding, and we've seen that before, obviously. And it's also been said, not always by me, but we have to continue to be mindful of what the transportation horizon will look like 10 years from now. We even look back 10 years ago, no one had heard of Tesla. Autonomous driving cars were thought to be some sort of popular science fiction. And now look where we are, and these things just tend to occur faster, not slower going forward. So we know that. And I think it would be wise to consider that this bus system, however it looks in the year 2030, won't be internal combustion engine based. So, you know, your $500 million is probably going to be $1.5 billion at that point. Having said that, and I don't intend to be snarky at all about any of this, just looking at some of these pictures here, they look like 60-foot articulated buses. You know, these are very long vehicles here, and we have very short blocks. My question to you is what are the kinds of funding streams you would be looking for to help support this effort?
So the funding changes with each legislation and new rules coming in. But in the Phase 2 report, we did have a significant chapter on funding options where they look at federal monies, state monies, and then local monies. I think that equation would still hold. This is a very competitive project. It has very good ridership. So that would open it up to some federal fundings in a New Starts or that type of program. And then we would look also to NVTA funding. Again, this is regional, so it would fit in well, and this project is included within transaction. So as we move along, it's primed to go for NVTA funding. And then I think Smart Scale is another good source of funding for this because it is such a good project and so competitive. But that's kind of a blueprint for that is laid out in the Phase 2 report. There's a whole chapter on it.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? I've got a few comments. One, I do think as relates to West Falls Church that it ought to go to the metro station. This idea of going like, you know, right to the edge and then stopping just seems to me to be crazy. I know we don't control the rest of that route, and certainly having a stop in Falls Church at our new 10-acre project is appropriate. But I would strongly encourage folks to consider having it go all the way to the metro. To me, it's just a massive missed opportunity to pick up a whole bunch of riders. You know, at any given stop, I don't know how many people would typically come there. I can't imagine a whole lot other than a metro station where you got a whole bunch of people want to use a multimodal form of transportation. In other words, switch from metro to the BRT. So anyway, I would encourage you to do that. By the same token, I guess it's probably done this Mark Center as the terminus, but it seems to me as well, at that place it ought to go to another metro station, and again, I don't want to reopen that. Let me ask you, are the bus stops the same as envisioned for a typical bus stop, or are they envisioned to be larger, fancier? What's the deal on the bus stops?
So where possible, they would have more amenities. But we're certainly, so one of the things that we did as we went to Phase 2 was we reached out to Montgomery County because they're actively have gone through a big stop on their BRT system. And they kind of have come up with an approach of a module approach. And that seemed to be a good idea. So the bus stops are very flexible. And what fits in at that specific stop is what you would go with. But there is a template that's identified in the Phase 3 report that this would be right, this is where you want to start, and you have these flexibilities within there, and you can also build out to this bigger place. So flexibility is the key here with a kind of module approach, but it needs to fit in with what the space that you have.
So what sort of amenities, just very quickly, what kind of amenities other than what you typically find in a metro?
Well, you want off-board fare payment, right? That's the first thing you want. So that, as I think Paul mentioned, you're getting people on and off the buses much quicker. So they're collecting fare or validating off of the vehicle. Then you want things like information. You want screens that say, next bus is arriving at this time, right? Or your connection with the bus is at this time. So those are the two main things you want. Then you want comfort. You want a nice bench, right? A cover so people have shelter. Those are like your basics. How big is that cover? Well, depending on that specific site is how big the cover goes. But as things change, if it's modular, that cover can be increased. That bench length can be increased.
And so your stops would need electricity, I presume, right?
Eventually, yes, you want that. But if, for instance, if you can't get all of that, you can do a very basic stop, right? But we want to start with the idea that we can have electricity at this stop, right? So that we have these technologies that make it work better. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's all we've got from up here. Thank you. I know this is going to be an ongoing conversation, but appreciate your work today and look forward to further conversations.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us
Sure.
present.
Absolutely. All right. What is next? Ms. Messner, are you up next, or Mr. Shields?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, I think in light of tonight's busy schedule, that's all for the city manager's report. We're now ready to go to the business on the agenda.
All right. Let's hear business on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes. First, we have TO 20-01, ordinance to amend Ordinance 1995 and Ordinance 1996 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues appropriating funds for fiscal year 2020 for the General Fund, Sanitary Sewer Fund, Stormwater Fund, and the Capital Improvements Programs Fund.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Shields, will it be Ms. Bawa?
Mayor Tarter, members of council, Ms. Boswell will lead off on our presentation on this item for tonight, and I just want to note a few things by way of introduction. What we will present tonight is
It's the first one,
I'm sorry?
the First Amendment.
Oh, this is the First Amendment.
This is the
Okay.
public
So
hearing.
this is the second reading for Budget Amendment number 1. I'm sorry, I was jumping ahead to Budget number 2, which is the main item on the agenda for tonight. So excuse me, and Ms. Boswell will give the staff report for this.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Tarter and members of the council. We have for you a second reading of the first budget amendment for the current fiscal year 2020. It reflects a request of $680,911 in the general fund appropriations to in order for grants, donations, and fund balance and reimbursements that have been received for specific purposes, and also a request and appropriation of fund balance from the Sanitary Sewer Fund and Stormwater Fund. There are no changes to this item from the first reading and discussion at the work session prior to that. With that, I'll open to any questions that you may have.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Does any member of the public wish to address this item? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Mr. Duncan,
Move to adopt TR 20-01.
do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes?
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mr. Z?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, and that would be ordinance 2003, which impacts the next item. We can fill in that blank. 2003.
Before we get started, I believe the Vice Mayor and I have a disclosure we'd like to read, although I'm not sure it's readily available to me at the dais here. Oh, it's in here, okay. Do you want to go ahead and start, Madam, or Vice Mayor Connolly?
I make the following statement before City Council's consideration of TO 20-01 and TO 20-02, two fiscal year 2020 budget amendments. I am an employee of the Falls Church City School Board, and therefore I'm a member of a group of 3 or more persons that may be affected by the fiscal year 2020 budget. I can participate in these matters fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
All right, and I'll read my own. I make the following statement before City Council's consideration of TO 20-01 and TO 20-02, amendments to the FY 2020 budget. My wife is an employee of the Falls Church City Public School Board, and therefore I'm a member of a group of 3 or more persons that may be affected by the FY 2020 budget. I can participate, however, in these matters fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. All right, Ms. Bawa, round 2.
Do we have another one?
Oh, sure, Mr. Shields, if you'd like to make an introduction, that's fine.
I'm sorry, so
We-
what will we
Would you
have?
like me to read the
We have the
next?
resolution for the grants.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Are we ready
Would you
for
want
the
to call,
next
why don't you
item?
call the next item?
Yes. We have TR 20-01, which is a resolution to endorse the City of Falls Church fiscal year 2021 application for I-66 commuter choice funds.
Mr. Shields?
And so I think we were going to have Mr. Stoddard present on this, and he is out of the room. I think he's walking our guests out the door. But what is before council is a request for an endorsement of two transportation-related grants. One is, and both of them for whom the source of funding is the I-66 Commuter Choice Funds. One grant application is for improvements to our traffic signal timing, and the other is for a bus project that is relevant to the discussion of just a moment ago, and that is funding for a replacement for the 3T bus. And what we would propose is funding for a bus line that actually would be a pilot for the Bus Rapid Transit bus that was discussed just a moment ago. So that's a summary of the item, and Mr. Stoddard, if you would like to add anything to that.
Yeah, I would like to have Mr. Stoddard comment a little bit about the 28 bus route for the pilot for the rapid bus transit. I do want to clarify, because at the last minute, we did modify this, so there's only one application before you this evening. The traffic signal timing one will need a little bit more vetting and design by staff, and we'll do that for the next MVTC grant cycle in 2 years. Mr. Stoddard?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I apologize for being out of the room. So before you tonight is a request from council for you all to take action by resolution to endorse the city's application for a commuter choice grant. I'll talk a little bit about what commuter choice is in the body of the staff report. The request is for approximately $3 million to cover 2 years of operating support. So in combination with fare recovery and advertising revenues, that would fully pay for the service for that 2 years. The recommendation from staff is to approve the resolution. That recommendation is based on a couple of factors. The first is that it's consistent with the new service would be consistent with the city's policies of increasing transportation mode choice. Technical jargon for meaning people have the choice of how they get around, whether they walk, drive, bike, ride the bus, hop on a scooter, get in an Uber. It's up to them. Better connecting, second city policy, better connecting the city's commercial and revitalization areas with the regional transit network. As we talked about in the previous item, of course, this service is designed to better connect the city to regional bus transfer stops and high-capacity rail stops. And then the third reason for staff's recommendation is that the proposed project meets the program's eligibility requirements. Background, we talked about it tonight. I'm sorry, we did not talk about this tonight. The I-66 Inside the Beltway project beginning on line 12. As conceived and being implemented, that project is intended to move more people, increase efficiency of the I-66 facility, and offer commuters more commuting options. And that options part, of course, is why this grant program is named Commuter Choice. That funding has been used, as the staff report describes in the next sections, to fund a range of projects throughout the region and here in the city of Falls Church. Beginning on line 26, in FY 2017, the city received a $500,000 award to provide operating support for the city's recently launched capital bike share system. In FY 2018, the city received funding support to reconstitute the 3T service between the West Falls Church and the East Falls Church metros. That was an award of approximately $845,000 to cover 2 years of operating support. In FY 2019, the city applied for a signal intersection rebuild, but was not awarded. The program does use a cost-benefit analysis score, and that project did not do particularly well in comparison to what else had been submitted that year. For FY 21, city staff has prepared one application for your review and consideration, and that is this BRT pilot. The route Route frequency is described in the staff report would be 20 minutes. We are looking, city staff is coordinating with WMATA to see if we can bring that frequency to be more frequent, to make it 15 minutes. So running 4 buses an hour instead of 3 buses an hour. The route, the geography would be the same as was discussed in the BRT proposal in a recent item, running from metro stations in Tysons to the Mark Center in Alexandria. This alignment would provide for a direct connection to the West Falls Church, which of course is an opportunity to try out that connection. This is happening with, at the staff level, tremendous coordination across agencies and jurisdictions. Just getting to the point of a draft application is required, coordination from WMATA, Northern Virginia Transportation Commission and VTC, Fairfax County, Arlington County, City of Alexandria, and City of Falls Church. Let's see, next page of the staff report has the draft route map, which looks a lot like the old 28X, modified to connect to the East Falls Church Metro. Not included in your staff report, but discussed late last week, was an additional change around the Marks Center to stay off of Seminary Road, instead stay on Route 7 all the way to the Beauregard Corridor, which is the preference of Alexandria staff. And that route change is also what's described in the BRT studies to date. I just want to close, as I said, the proposed project is consistent with the city's goals adopted in Mobility for All Modes, the transportation chapter of the comprehensive plan. It meets the program's eligibility requirements by benefiting toll-paying users of the I-66 facility. The proposed transit route would reduce the demand for automobile trips on I-66 inside the Beltway. That would decrease congestion and thereby increase the capacity of the roadway. Fiscal impact, there is no local match requirement to access these funds. In combination, the grant funds and fare recovery would cover the full operating costs of the route for 2 years. The timing request from staff to council is immediate. The application deadline is this Friday, January 31st, and it is important to have the resolution as part of the application or shortly thereafter. In terms of timeline looking forward, the application needs to be submitted by the end of January. Decisions are then made in the spring and summer, with NVTC taking a vote in May and the CTB holding the final approval in June. And with that,
All
I'll
right,
turn it
thank
over
you
to
very
questions.
much. Let's open it up to questions and comments. Let me start with Mr. Snyder. Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to put an action on the table, and it can be discussed. I'd like to move approval of TR 20-01.
All right, do we have a second before we move on from this?
Second.
All right, for discussion purposes at least. Mr. Duncan?
So, Paul, the gap in time, if it's approved in the summer, does that mean that before the year-end service, the service ends at year-end, new service would be starting up?
We need to confirm that with our WMATA partners in terms of what would be the trade-off. It's also not confirmed that the 3T will be discontinued. That is under consideration as part of the WMATA budget, but of course we could coordinate that, especially if they know we have a replacement service coming online.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions, comments? So what happens at the end of 2 years?
What happens at the end of 2 years is a question a lot of the programs faced by, that are funded by this have to face. There is a proposal to change the memorandum of agreement by which funding is doled out for the commuter choice program, and there would be an opportunity under the proposed changes to continue accessing commuter choice funds. Of course, any new application would have to compete with whatever applications are submitted that year. Absent an additional award, I think the jurisdictions and agency partners would have to either find a way to fund it or look for a way to reduce or discontinue service.
That's a tough nut to crack in 2 years if that's what comes about.
In addition to the MOU amendment that Mr. Stoddard mentioned, there's also terminology that allows you to extend past the 2 years if you haven't utilized all the funds because fares go up. So we would also have to monitor that and take that into calculation.
All right. Are there other questions? Any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Are there any other questions, comments? We do have a motion on the table. Yours. Yep, it's yours. All right, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lichtenhouse,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Z,
Yes.
and Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to the next item, please.
Yes, we have TO 20-02, ordinance to amend ordinance 1995 and 1996 as previously amended by ordinance 2003 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues appropriating funds for fiscal year 2020 for the general fund and the capital improvements program funds.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shields?
Mayor Tarter, members of council, for this budget amendment, I want to make just a few introductory remarks, and we'll turn it over to Ms. Bawa, who will go through the numbers that are requested in this budget amendment. And from there, then we'll turn it to Mr. Whitfield to introduce our library project team. We'll have a presentation of by the architect with BKV, and then we'll go through the additional numbers and the reasons for the increase for the library project. We'll also have a slide on the neighborhood traffic calming projects that Ms. Mester will walk us through. So let me just summarize the item, and Ms. Baugh will do this in a bit more detail. But what we're proposing tonight is first reading on a budget amendment, and there are two items that are really carry-forwards from the discussion of the FY 2019 year-end surplus, and that is funding for the schools in the amount of $389,000. That is pursuant to the conceptual framework for revenue sharing that was never formally agreed to, but was conceptually discussed last year, and which we have honored in spirit. In addition, there's $600,000 in this budget amendment that was discussed in the context of the FY19 budget surplus, which is derived from building permit revenue, and we're proposing that that $600,000 be dedicated and committed to the building permit reserve as, so that it can be used for inspections and plan review for projects underway. The additional new items in this budget amendment include funding for the library in the amount of $2.3 million to cover the increase in costs since the original budget that was developed in 2014 with the master planning effort that was undertaken at that time prior to the referendum for the library. And the second major item that is requested is funding for the neighborhood traffic calming program in the amount of $400,000. And so we'll go through in detail for each of these requests. I just want to note that the staff recommendation is to move forward with first reading on this item. We do that respectfully of the fact that we acknowledge that these are major steps for the city to take. The library number in particular, while it's been discussed for months that it was going to come in above the original budget, the referendum budget, the final number really was arrived at in negotiation with Centennial Contracting Enterprises only last week. That agreement that's been reached with the contractor is contingent upon City Council's ultimate approval and authorization of that contract. That action would be requested on February 10th, along with then second reading on this proposed budget amendment. The Library Board has communicated with the City Council previously on this item and recommends approval of the budget amendment as well. I want to note in closing, before I turn it over to Ms. Bawa, that the city is in negotiations with HIT Construction on the closeout of change orders for the City Hall project. That number is not yet agreed upon, and that number is therefore not part of this budget amendment. But that will also be a major fiscal obligation that we will need to wrestle with, and I'm proposing that we do that at a later time once that number has been agreed, subject to council's final approval with HIT Contracting. So that's a quick introduction of this item, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Bawa. She has some slides that will help make more sense of what I've tried to lay out just by way of a broad overview.
Good evening, Mayor Tarter and members of the council. We have for you an ordinance that brings the second amendment to the current fiscal year's budget and requests appropriations for additional expenditures needed for capital projects and other uses. We have for you, as form of sources of funds, we have approximately 4.2 million in one-time funds, which are comprised of 2,456,000. As you may recall, it was presented at the time of the fourth quarter of last fiscal year 2019. The city ended the year with a balance of 2,456,000 as a result of revenues coming in higher than budgeted and also underspending in department budgets. And together, that was for 2.456 million. And also, due to delay in the 2019 bond issuance, no principal and interest payments will be paid for the issuance in fiscal year 2020, resulting in 1.7 million in operating funds for this year that are available together. And the ordinance before you for the first hearing requests appropriation of 600,000 in the permits reserve for permit revenues received in excess of the budget in fiscal year 2019. That was the last fiscal year. It was requesting $389,211 for the school revenue share for one-time use towards school capital reinvestment funds, and 400,000 for neighborhood traffic calming projects. The ordinance also requests $2,313,578 towards the library expansion projects. As Mr. Shields mentioned, we have a presentation for you for further details on that. Other requests included in this budget amendment includes appropriation of $296,817 for voluntary concessions received from Founders Row project for the library, and for legal fees and consulting fees associated with the West End planning project, totaling $150,000. As mentioned earlier, at this time, we are not requesting an appropriation for the City Hall renovation project.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
So could you elaborate on the West End? I'm not sure I totally understand that as could you explain that just a little more detail?
Sure. So towards the West End Development Project, the piece of the project that is being done by, on the development side towards the legal fees that are being associated and other consulting fees that are needed for the project, and I'll have the city attorney elaborate a little bit more on that.
These were just additional funds that are needed sort of to carry us from, it covers a couple of months that have already occurred in terms of services and will get us through to till we have the phase one closing. And so that's why there were just additional funds needed to pay for our outside counsel who is helping with the documentation and working on this deal. And I don't, that was all just attorney's fees? Right. So that's what we've added. It's a couple months from the past, as well as taking us through the closing on phase one.
All right.
So at this time, we're not requesting an appropriation for the City Hall renovation project, pending negotiations with the developers, but we hope to bring that to you in the next few weeks. However, we would like to review the position of the city's capital reserves as compared to what we had modeled a year and a half before. So what you have in front of you is a chart that shows the capital reserves. The light blue line is the pre-issuance as we had modeled prior to 150 million issuance, and the purple line is knowing all the interest rates and all the other payments that are coming from the developer on the ground lease, all that included in there, those are trued up and projected in the purple line. So the light blue line is based on when we had assumed roughly $150 million worth of debt would be issued over 3 tranches, modeled somewhere between 3.5% to 5%. And the purple line is with 2 tranches, that was tranche 1 in 2018 and tranche 2 in 2019. Also factored in here are payments of $7 million from the West End developer in each fiscal year 21, starting in fiscal year 21 over a 4-year window period. So in fiscal year 20, as you will notice, there is the debt service total of $4.6 million, 4.58, that will not be utilized towards any of the payments and is fully available. Then you see the map over in the following years. The year, fiscal year 21 has a delta between the model and the projected after the post issuance of roughly 2 million. So that is a 1.2 million over. Primarily, that is from the better terms of the issuance, the larger issuance that we just did in November of 2019. With that, I will wrap up my presentation and open up to any questions you may have to this point.
All right, questions to this point? Yes, Vice Mayor Connolly.
This is the first time we've seen this slide 5, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let me just ask some clarifying questions. The 4.58 million for fiscal year 2020 that we're in right now, that's, the reality is, okay, the blue line was based upon the projections that we made before we took out any bonds, and the purple line is what the reality is.
That's right.
So are you saying we have that much extra right now? Will that become 6.17 next year, or is that the two of them will be 10 million next year?
The 6.2 is cumulative, so each one of them is cumulative increase. So 4.58 is a portion of the 6.2, so we're adding a 1.6 next year. However, the 4.56 is what we had budgeted in fiscal year 2020 that we're not using, and of this, the 1.7 is presented to you as part of the budget amendment.
Okay. But this chart is also showing us that if we have this capital reserve capacity to do things. We didn't think we were going to have any capacity, but we have a bit of capacity that we didn't expect.
This shows that the terms that we received on the issuance and how, in comparison to our model, we have done better with the better interest rate on that huge amount of principal that we issued.
So where are the crunch years in here? They still 21, 22?
Well, the crunch years are till 23, 24 because we are assuming a $7 million payment up until fiscal year 2024. We did do a stress test at that time of how much, if there was a delay in the project, how much we could go. At this point, if we were to receive all those payments on time, we are projecting the cumulative difference between our model and where we have landed with the terms of the issuance in front of you.
Okay.
Ms. Hardy, then Mr. Z.
One more question on this slide, since it's the first time we're seeing it. So given that we had more favorable terms, are you suggesting that we raid reserves because we are doing better than we thought?
Sorry, am I saying?
That we should raid the reserves, or that we are okay with the higher purple line?
I'm not necessarily saying we should raid the reserves, but what I'm saying is that it is okay to dip into the reserves, also realizing the risk factors in there, the payments that we have to receive from the developer and all that other stuff. We have, another way of saying it is, we have slightly more reserves than we had projected a year and a half ago.
Okay. Can we go back to the slides on what we are funding, or what the staff recommendation we are funding? Because I think that is the first time we've actually looked at this publicly as well. I know we can't talk about the City Hall numbers, but I do think that's an important piece of context, because between not having that final number and not knowing the timeline for it, can we talk a little bit more about, I guess, when we might have more clarity, and then what the plans are to pay for it? Would it come from the reserve slide that we just saw, for example?
So should the reserves, should the request for City Hall be more than $450,000, which is the delta between the sources and the uses that we are proposing at this time, we would request that we dip into the capital reserve to make up the delta. I'm not sure if we are at a position to disclose any information on what the projected delta would be.
We are projecting it'll be larger than $455,000. And, I think because these are still active discussions with some things that are subject to negotiation, I think it'd be better not to say what the number is at this point, but it would be larger than that amount. So we should anticipate that we would need to use reserves in settling out the City Hall project.
And what's our best case on a timeline on when we might have a number?
The best case, we will know that number in the month of February.
Worst case?
The worst case is after February. But we are engaged in it. We are meeting regularly to get a resolution. And so the worst case is that we don't find a resolution and we need outside help, either a mediator or legal proceedings to resolve it. I think mutually our desire is to resolve it.
Okay. So do we also have a slide on, I know it's in the staff report, but what's not getting done? So the requests that we've received and what will not get funded?
So we did present as attachment 2 to the staff report a list of requests that we have received from citizens and other organizations. And other than those, City Hall is the only main capital project that is not getting funded at this point.
I think I saw it as just an email packet of here's the request, but I don't know whether staff has quantified, like here's what's below the line and it's cost us $3 million worth of requests that we can't fund. Do we have that estimate?
We haven't done that partly because we just received many of these requests, and some of them are a little bit hard to quantify or to sort of truth test the numbers in them. What we would propose is that we take the time so that these requests could be factored along with the whole host of community requests that the council will naturally get through the normal budget process. And so that's our recommendation at this time.
My next questions have to do with neighborhood traffic calming, so if there's slides on that, I can wait for that before I ask those.
Yeah, that is the next slide.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a whole host of questions, but this seems to be a good time to ask some of them. If you go back to that chart again, so as I understand looking at it, if we spend the 4.58 now, that number gets subtracted from the 6170, and following year and so on. Can you tell me how that compares to what we said we would need to maintain as policy that you asked us to vote on for maintaining funds in the capital reserve? Do you have that chart somewhere there? Or do you want to brief that?
I'm sorry, I do not have a chart, but as per the policy, the blue line, the light blue line that is modeled would be enough to make us meet our
That's the
target
policy
of
we voted on?
That's the policy you voted on in February
That's-
2018.
That's the minimum threshold, right? We could actually hold it higher. Now, the upper threshold would be where compared to the purple line?
So the light blue line is well above the policy target of 20%.
So when you say well above, are we talking about 150K above, or are we talking about 12 million above?
No.
Well, you can bring that back.
I can bring that back. It's
Yeah,
not.
I mean, that's a natural question for us to ask if you say, like, we have, our takeaway here is that we have a lot of money we can spend. And I think that's it's an incomplete characterization if you give me that. So I'd like to see that, rest of that information. Let's go back a little bit.
And could I just make a statement on that fact? We were specifically requested to show the reserves, and so that's what we've done. But our implication is definitely not what you just said. These reserves were part of a financial plan. They are all, every dollar in this chart in that blue line has a plan associated with it, and anything above that helps mitigate the risk that so much of our financial plan is dependent upon a third party.
Well, I understand
performing. So
that,
I just wanted to make
City Manager. I mean, that point is easy to see here. I just asked where those other lines are. And it's been represented that you don't have them tonight. I get that. And my reply there was bring them to us. It's not an attack on the presentation, it's just a question. City Manager. So let's go back, because this is on the staff report, but the way you're showing this, I think requires a little bit more characterization, so, or explanation. So the first one is the permits reserve is what you're calling refunding the development reserve fund. This is money that is a revolving account, pays for staff to inspect, to check, to issue permits, and so that's as far as anyone can tell, that's the number. There is no yes or no. That is a number that has to be paid. And it was planned to be refunded in this cycle, yes?
That's correct.
As opposed to 6 months from now or 6 months before, is planned to be refunded now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The school's facilities reinvestment for 389 is what some people call revenue share. Is that it? So that's money that we kind of say, well, we kind of have it. So if we have it, we keep some of it, you get some of it, and for this year, we're going to set at 389. And that means they get to spend it on stuff.
One-time use on.
Right,
on
one-time
capital
stuff.
projects, yes.
Now, if they didn't get that, then they could do that with some other kind of money, or they would be precluded from doing that completely. It's really a question about the color of money.
So we are proposing that these funds be used towards their fiscal year '21 capital request. They put in a request for $750,000 towards various projects like Mary Ellen Henderson Middle School, flooring replacement, security vestibule and stuff. So we're proposing that these one-time funds are eligible and meet that requirement and be used towards those.
So that's a chronic situation. Am I to understand that there will always be a facilities reinvestment need, just like we have one here, we had one at the high school and the one at City Hall here, we, waited until we had to do something, couldn't wait, right? So that's you could, I guess, generally see that this request doesn't go all the way to fulfilling their reinvestment needs, but I can see why it's embedded here. Now, the question is, would it usually be here, or would it be part of a regular budget downstream request? That's to say, could it be funded in '21?
So as part
What's appropriate, what have we done in the past?
So as part of the informal revenue share, the verbal agreement that we have had with the school, there was
Who made that promise?
There was an understand.
Can someone tell me who made that promise?
So there is no promise.
Thank you, thank you. Well, that's enough. All right, I get it. We'll go on from there. So it could be now, it could be later, it could be never, for example, right? Unless we vote on it. Is that true? Since there is no promise, I mean, there might be an understanding, but there's no promise per se.
That is correct. There is no agreement. There has been
Understanding.
a spirit of the agreement, but that is the extent
Right.
of it.
Okay, I get that. Now, traffic calming is, as I read the staff report, it's a acceleration of things that would be planned to be done later on, part of the '21 budget request. Is that true, or was it always planned to be done now?
So we will go through the projects right now. The difficulty with the neighborhood traffic program is chronically, we have not kept up with the petitions that have come in. And so this is using one-time funds to try to catch up with that queue.
And for everyone's edification here, what is the regular annual appropriation that we usually do it from?
So we have done $200,000 a year for 1 year in our history. Then we received a $600,000 grant in this fiscal year, so there were no dollars in the tax rate for the neighborhood traffic calming program. We've gotten a lot of petitions. We're behind in the queue, and so this would be one-time funding to try to catch up.
I get that. What I don't get is your coloration. So this moves forward the 200 that we may or may not put in our 21 budget to fund it this year? Because we didn't fund anything this year, right?
This doesn't preclude.
Petitions aside, we get a lot of petitions. I mean, if you could talk to me about petitions, I want to ask you to characterize each and every petition that's come in, and email and so on. I think you'll find it to be consistent.
So in terms of looking ahead for the FY21 budget, we're still trying to figure out how to fund all of the requests right now, and so I think it's premature to say how we'll fund it in FY21.
Okay, thank you. So you've talked about the library, and I know that there are a lot of people here for the library. But what I don't know that has been completely explained here is that this 2.3 is an amount that represents bricks and mortars, right? That is, these are hard fixed costs that represent an increase above and beyond the 8.3, was it? That we originally said the bricks and mortar are going to cost?
That's correct. A project budget of 8.4 million.
Okay. So whereas on the next slide, that we are also adding in another almost 300, there it is, 300K. This now represents what those in project management call the remaining other costs. The other direct costs would be things like staff salary and additional consulting and things that you now get to charge to this library project. I mean, I get that. So that if you didn't have a place to charge time that would be sent by staff to the library project, then, you know, where would it come from? I mean, no one knows, right?
If I could, and we've got a whole deck of slides on the library where we can go through this in detail, but in summary, the increase in cost is 2.6 million. 300,000 of it would come from this proffer. 2.3 million is what is requested as an additional appropriation using funds other than the proffer. But we will go through that in more detail in just a moment.
Okay. The West Falls Church Planning Project, that's 150K additional? Is it additional, or is it just something you plan to ask us for as part of routine ask?
So we are.
Because you've characterized it as to obtain the benefits of additional involvement by legal and consultant services. That's what you said, right? So
as the council knows, we have a comprehensive agreement. We have the form of the ground lease. We have the form of all the documents that have been completed. There are two big areas of work still ahead of us. One, we need to get to closing, and so with closing, all the documents will be finalized, so we anticipate there'll be some legal services needed associated with that. And then secondly, we have the Community Development Authority, and so there is some work to finalize that. Now, we anticipate that some of the fees or the costs of standing up that authority will be paid for by the special taxing district of the authority itself. But there are some upfront costs for it, for our due diligence on it that we think we should cover. And so that's the other piece of what this is. But the majority of it is for legal expenses.
So that answers the what, but I'm really asking the why, which is why is it now? Was it unbudgeted? Was it kind of like within the estimate framework that it could be this, could be, you know, $500,000, could be anything, right? So it's 150. The why is, did we budget for this? And do we plan to ask for this money at this point in time? I suspect the answer is we didn't know back then how much this would cost. Is that correct?
I think that's generally correct. We're not able to predict for certain how many days of negotiations we would have over all the documents and preparing the comprehensive agreement. And so it has come out to, and this is our best guesstimate at this point, of what it's going to cost through to the end.
Thank you.
If I may add, this is a project that we have come to council multiple times requesting appropriations as needed. So it's not something that we set a appropriation at the beginning of the year and then go over or go under, but we just project what we'll need for the next 6 to 8 months, and then we come to council. We did come to council as part of an earlier amendment last fiscal year requesting some funds for this project.
Well, I get that. I mean, you know, any project, you don't know everything there is to know, so sometimes you say it costs more than I thought it would, or I'm doing more than I thought I had to do. That's what contingency is all about, right? Thank you very much. Now, there's another piece here which I'm not going to ask you about because it's in blue here, about remaining assigned to capital reserve to be used in the future. Is that a downstream slide you're going to brief us on, or is that just in here?
The 450,000?
453.
Right, so we're not requesting appropriation of those funds at this time.
Okay. So let's go on the where the money comes from side, which is part of the first two slides, all right? So have use of fund balance, that's operations funds, right? That's all the good stuff you guys did. This is us telling David Burke he can't hire another registrar person to help out. It's money created by having a police force that's 3 officers short. It's all that stuff that results in these operational savings, as well as some, you know, real good things you did to achieve effectiveness. Is that correct? Okay, great. It comes to almost $2.5 million. The debt service ceiling, I also get it. You know, it's like, oh my God, I just got a great refund on my income tax return, and you know, I got to spend it now. I'm going to buy myself a new car. In this case, new library. So I get it. It's here. It's a, you know, legitimate resource. We can use that. Now, voluntary concessions, I think you need to go back and there. That's almost exact number here. The 296, now, that comes from Founders Row, and so what was our plan for that money back then?
So the request to Founders Row was specifically for the library construction project. And the other thing that the council did was typically voluntary concessions come at issuance of certificate of occupancy. The council did request that this payment be made upon issuance of building permit. And so that money is in the city's coffers. And so this would simply appropriate it for the library.
Great answer. I love when a plan comes together. I think we all do. So finally, the delta remaining here is capital reserve from this staff report. Are these numbers still good?
That's correct.
All right. I had to ask that question. So 150K, is that the money that's going to come out of the, when you show the graph, is that 4.580, that's 150 from that number? So
It's requested from the current fiscal year's appropriation. That's for the debt service that we're not using. So it's part of that 458.
So the two big bogeymen here right ahead of us, there could be more, but the third one will be the library, but I'm not going to talk about that.
The city hall.
You've got TJ here. That's a 3.5 instead of nearly 11.5. And that's our current understanding of what the capital needs of TJ will be.
As proposed by the school, yes.
Okay, so that's something we have to think about in our future planning. And the other piece is the HITS resolution, which could be scary. It's certainly, I think I say with all confidence, probably more than we want to spend. So, you know, even $1 is more than we want to spend. But so I'm just mentioning those as things that will confront us, that we have to plan for, and we have to take care of. But this is the landscape that we have here tonight, and so you're showing us this carefully crafted way of money coming in, money going out. Look, it just kind of all evens out. I've got additional questions, but thank you for illuminating me on the first page of this staff report. Thank you, Mayor.
And Mr. Lincoln.
Sorry, I did have one more question before getting to the NTC part. So I think I share Mr. Z's concern about the 150,000 in the West End planning amount. So I looked through all of my notes when we've talked about the budget amendment, and this is the first time I've seen this. And I know that we've made budget amendments in the past, but it's a surprise to me. And I know what we've asked for in the past is a thorough accounting of how much we've been spending on the project, and to the best of our ability, be able to project forward. Because I don't think any of us likes getting requests like this in drips and drabs without seeing the full picture. So if we can have that for next time, I think that would be helpful. But I guess the question I have now is, how much have we spent to date? Do we know that offhand? And then, do we really think that this is it?
It's included in the staff reports. It's 1.85 million to date.
And do we really think that's it?
And I would just note that that's like over the 6-year planning window for the high school project.
Has it been introduced to us before, or am I just not paying attention enough?
The last time we did request an appropriation, which was last year, we presented that number. We haven't been updating it regularly because we've not been making draws on it since the completion of the comprehensive agreement.
Well, I kind of share Mr. Z's sentiment that it was kind of a surprise to us and needed more discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
So I've got a number of comments related to the library project, but I know we're going to get a presentation there, and we can talk about that. That fits into this puzzle. There's a couple things that have been said tonight that frankly give me a bit of unease, and the first is, in my opinion, even mentioning dipping into reserves at this point, given everything that we're facing. I mean, we've got a $120 million high school under construction, still have to pay for City Hall, which we have no idea how bad that's going to be. But one thing that has not been talked about, which I think needs to be talked about publicly, certainly in light of what's being discussed here, is the stormwater improvements, the infrastructure improvements. We just let loose on staff and the city an 8-person stormwater task force committee whose specific job, after 38 interviews and appointments committee, is to prioritize and help scope out 6 major stormwater improvement projects. And I am not an engineer, civil or even pretending to be one in any capacity, but I have to believe that those projects are going to cost in the millions of dollars for us to effectively manage. And those are things that, like City Hall, we have to deal with now. We can't get away from it. You can call it an albatross, but the reality of the situation is it's something that we have to manage. So my question is, one, how are we going to pay for that? And if that is not coming from dipping into reserves, is that a tax increase? Is that a stormwater fee increase? And do we have a general estimate of knowing what we're going to have to walk into here in less than 12 months? Because we can't have that stormwater task force come back and tell us, here are the major infrastructure improvements we need to make. It gets scoped out, and then we tell folks, sorry, we just don't have the money, or we're going to have to go take all of that from reserves and or raise taxes and fees. So how is that factored into this entire conversation?
So in this conversation, we're talking about the general fund. The stormwater fund does have its own revenues and its own enterprise structure. We do have preliminary cost estimates for the 6 project areas. Those are going to be reviewed by the task force this coming week at their meeting on Thursday. The intent, however, has been that we will prioritize the projects and then have a financial plan to accomplish them. And so there is more to come on that, but we don't have numbers. We're not prepared to talk about that in the detail that it deserves tonight.
So just to kind of pull that apart, the financial plan sounds like unless we dip into reserves, we're going to have to raise taxes or stormwater fees, correct?
The planning principle is to have the stormwater fund cover the costs. Now, the council,
How much is in the stormwater fund right now?
And so that would need to be financed with, we're anticipating that would be financed through debt that is supported by the stormwater utility. That would require increases in the fees that everyone pays into that stormwater fund. And that's the planning principle that we have right now. But ultimately, the City Council can determine exactly how you do plan to finance it. and we'll work together to solve that problem.
So what is the current ballpark estimate of those 6 projects?
Well, Mr. Whitfield is here and Ms. Mester are here. We're putting that capital improvements program together right now.
I have the draft that will be going to the Planning Commission for discussion on February 3rd, and this, as Mr. Shields indicated, is the staff and the consultants' preliminary concepts with contingencies in them because the task force work has not been undone. But over a 10-year CIP, it would be about $15 million. They are proposing, staff, it's a preliminary discussion, how to phase it in, both for workload and working out a financial plan. Those are really preliminary numbers. No prioritization to the projects and no detailed concept until the task force can complete its work.
And based on the current stormwater fees that we collect annually, how much would that be able to fund, debt service-wise?
This is a very detailed conversation. I'm concerned that we're going to say things that aren't backed up.
Okay.
But suffice it to say that we, and we've been saying this from the beginning, that the fee that is today would not cover additional debt service really at all. And, there's some marginal additional debt service that it can cover. But, so we will need to find a means to finance everything that Ms. Mester has just stated.
And I can appreciate that. I think the reason that it's important is because the genesis of this conversation of what's transpired, at least over the last few months, as we've been waiting on the library project and talking about City Hall and the settlement of that, and things have been moving in and buckets, out of buckets, talking about reserves, talking about how we fund this. We've got potentially $15 million in stormwater improvements that are going to have to be paid for. And we are now talking about other capital-type projects that we want to fund out of operating dollars. And we have another capital project, which we are saying we're taking out of this conversation related to surplus funds to deal with at a later date, which means that that's going to have to come from somewhere. And at least the way that I look at this, it is difficult to have these conversations knowing everything that we are going to be facing over just the next 12 months and being asked to make trade-offs, at least in the context of what was presented tonight. It's a very, very difficult thing for, I think, anyone up here to have to manage and deal with. Because we are talking about doing one of two things to pay for all of this. We're talking about either dipping into capital reserve funds, dipping into funds that for at least the first 2 years that I was sitting on council was an absolute sacred practice, making sure that we built up enough reserves, we didn't touch them to manage all of the large, multi-generational, once-in-a-lifetime investment in this community. And now we're talking about potentially violating that principle. And if we're not going to violate that principle, knowing what we're looking at is going to require us to raise taxes and fees. And maybe raising fees and taxes will be inevitable related to stormwater. But we can also make decisions that allow us to prioritize and allow us to do these things in a proper way and to some extent not rob Peter to pay Paul. So I've got a number of other comments that I want to save till later, but I think that that's important because these charts and graphs it's the first that I've seen them. And I think it's important for the public to recognize exactly what we're going to be facing and the trade-offs that we have to make. Because as far as I'm concerned, what we've been presented with tonight and the way that this has been presented and some of the things that have not been included, I think is somewhat lacking, and I think, frankly, it's unfair for us to be asked to make a decision not having fully understood the trade-offs and the implications of making decisions in the millions of dollars, knowing what we're going to face, but not having the answers to the questions of how we're going to face those.
If I may take a minute, please allow me to make a technical clarification. So as far as requesting funding for the City Hall or any other future project, just a technical clarification. We would be requesting you to reallocate previously appropriated funds in fiscal year '20, so not essentially dipping into the capital reserve. They were programmed as part of fiscal year '20 budget to be used from the capital reserve. We did not issue the bonds till November, and we are not making any payments in fiscal year '20. Those funds have been appropriated as part of that 4.58 in fiscal year '20. So if and when we do come back for requesting appropriation for City Hall, just a technical clarification, we're not requesting to appropriate any new capital reserve funds. We would only be requesting to reallocate previously appropriated funds.
And that's a fair point. However, the fact remains that just because we've saved money either through debt issuance or not having to spend as much on that debt than we originally estimated, doesn't mean that it's found money necessarily. It just means that we're going to allocate money that we thought we were going to have to spend for other projects, which is additional expenditure, additional debt above and beyond where we were a year or two ago. So it's not that the money is found money, it's that we've just fortunately had to spend less. But that doesn't mean that we have to spend that money.
Other comments, questions? Did you have a comment or question?
No, I went on to the library.
Well, before we do that, I just want a point of clarification. So how much are you proposing we dip into capital reserves either now or in the near future?
So at this point, we are requesting appropriation of $3.7 million out of the 4.2 in one-time funds, leaving a balance of $453,000 in one-time funds that are available now. We would request appropriation for City Hall project in the next few weeks, which, as the city manager indicated, would be larger than $450,000.
Yeah, so just getting back to the numbers, though, we have an operating surplus, and so when you pull that away, you've got the debt service, so we've got $4.1 million there. How much do you propose spending right now, or?
3.7.
Okay. And then you've got additional money, though, from the other two.
Voluntary concessions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the City Hall would all be coming out as well when that happens to come out, right? When you find out that number. You're proposing the entirety of that come from capital reserves?
Yeah, that is correct, although Ms. Bawa's point that it really would be a reallocation of the money that's appropriated for debt service in FY '20 to solve that issue. That is where I will likely be asking the council for funding from.
So you're talking about a surplus sort of for next year, I went technically next year, but a surplus from not FY '19, but FY '20 due to quote savings from reduced debt service.
Exactly. So essentially, that's how it will turn out to be. Whatever we do not spend in debt service will come out as one-time savings, year-end underspending, that if we were to ask after June 30th, would be reappropriation or reallocation of one-time funds at that time.
And you're proposing to sort of spend it now before we get there. And what do you anticipate that number to be on June 30th or whatever it might be?
Oh, so of the 4.58, we're requesting 1.7 is part of this 4.2, and 150,000 towards the West Falls Church. And after that, the remaining 2.7 million is not being requested at this time.
But for City Hall, when City Hall comes in, what's the source of funds for that? Debt service from next year?
From this year, underspending and debt service from this year.
2020.
Fiscal 2020, yes.
But that's already used up, right, essentially here, is it not?
No, only 1.7 million off the 4.58 is being used up.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Hardy?
So for this 1.7, or however, the 4 million total, how much of that is because interest rates are lower, and how much of that is the fact that we're just making a payment later? So we eventually will make this payment, but just 30 years from now. We're just pushing out the payment cycle. Can we break down how much of that $4 million is from those two differences?
So if you go back to that chart, so if you look at, like, for example, fiscal year '21, over the fiscal year 20, it's 1.6. If you look at fiscal year 22, over the fiscal year 21 is about 1.6. The next one is about 1.5. So at this point, not having an exact number, it's going to be over $1 million, roughly.
Is
because
from a
all-
better interest rate.
It's from the better interest
So
rates.
3 million of it is just the fact that we're moving out the payment cycle. That we eventually are going to make, like a 30-year mortgage, just matter when you start your 30-year
That's
mortgage, right? So you're eventually having to make that payment again.
That's
It's just moving out the cycle 6 months later.
That's correct.
So it's not like we came into $4 million suddenly.
Yeah, it's a 30-year debt, so fiscal year 2049, essentially,
Well,
yeah.
most of us won't be here, maybe Mr. Snyder will. I think that's an important consideration, is that, I think the term surplus, I think, is,
So you'll be 70 then, Letty? So I'm putting that one on you.
I think the term surplus, I think it's important to clarify, because I think out of the total buckets of money, only 780,000 actually came from increased revenue. So sales tax, meals tax, local taxes did better. Some of it is coming from the fact that we are bonding at a lower interest rate. But large part of it is from operating underspending, is from the fact that we are making debt service payments later, and is not what I would consider real money. So I think that's an important thing for us to consider.
Mr. Duncan and Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Mayor, I promise I have a short comment to make.
Flip over your little timer then, the,
One, yeah, here, I'll turn the egg timer over. One is
Just
that.
have an egg timer
The
back
one
there,
is
by the way.
that the public is seeing, I think, why we're in such strong financial shape as a city, because the staff manages conservatively, and the council holds them, to account to manage even more conservatively. So we're in a situation now, as far as I can tell, that is very fortunate. We have the opportunity to discuss priorities that a couple of years ago, we weren't sure we'd be able to even, sit at the table and consider. Tonight, what I'm curious to learn more about are the library particulars and the neighborhood traffic particulars, because those seem to me to be the most mature and ready for a decision. It sounds like we're not going to know about City Hall, and there's no advantage for me pounding on the table and setting a deadline to know about City Hall, because that might actually cost us more money. We want to give time for those negotiations to play out and hopefully resolve at a price tag that is lower than we might if we forced that as an issue right now. And then the stormwater question, which we all knew when we set up stormwater utility, we were probably not going to be able to set the stormwater fee at a level that would take care of all the projects that needed to be done even then. And since global climate instability has grown since then, we are, due for a serious discussion, and are having that discussion through the task force, whose work will come online presumably sometime while we're talking about the FY 2021 budget. So that's just by way of looking forward to what you have to say about neighborhood traffic control, which is a very, very ambitious program as I read the documents. It is 5 times more ambitious than anything we've ever done in any given year. And as somebody who's been advocating for neighborhood traffic control since I moved here in '85, I think that's great, but I just want to be sure that we are going to intelligently be able to spend that money. And finally, the library, which of course we've got much more detail on.
All right, Mr. Snyder?
Sure. I'd like to end on a Phil's positive note, but let me not do that. So slide 5. Explain to me the impact. So the last assumption there is $7 million West End developer payments. Is that $7 million in FY 2021, $7 million in FY 22? What if that didn't happen? Or what if that was delayed? Or what if hypothetically we went into a financial crisis again? What happens, what's the modeling as to what happens to that blue line? We go below the blue line, don't we, if that happens?
So when we did the stress test with the light blue line, if we had a room to delay for 2-year window of those payments. Clearly, with the purple line, we have a room for a little bit more wiggle room, given that we have ended up with better terms on the issuance, but I do not have an exact answer, but we can provide that next time.
Well, if you're, okay, so the blue law, all right, what I want is just a worst-case analysis.
Okay.
What does that mean? What does that mean in terms of our tax rate having to pick up the additional cost? Because I think people need to keep that.
Sure.
We're in the longest recovery we've ever been in, and so I think we need to do a little bit of worst-case modeling as well. And that should be in our vision as we talk about all of these different projects. We're assuming that those payments are going to occur, and they are critical to maintaining our balances. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Connolly?
I'm going to be the shortest, I promise. Mr. Lickenhouse mentioned that we don't want to be robbing Peter to pay Paul on these things. And I feel like that's how we do budgeting all the time. We're always kind of weighing what can we do, what can't we do, how can we move stuff here. So as I look at those, the purple line and the blue line there, 2 years ago, if you had shown us that, we would never have believed that. We would have said, oh, you're being far, far too optimistic, make it much more conservative. So as Mr. Duncan says, when you do things conservatively, then we have a little extra there, and that makes me breathe a sigh of relief that you know what you're doing, and so I appreciate that. But I do feel like we should be glad about this, the purple line, that there's that much more there that we do have to work with, and we can move things around as needed. And I do appreciate the creative way that you look at it to make sure that it all balances in the end, because we really have been weighing big, heavy things in the 6 years that I've been on council. How do we pay for these big things, and costs keep going up? And so I appreciate that we're at this point where costs do keep going up, and we're still able to keep functioning. So thank you.
Well, this is by far the largest issuance in the history of the
Right.
city, and so the impact of the terms that we settled for the bond issuance are significant.
I mean, I would just offer a counter that it's not really found money, and that we should not be spending it before we see things, particularly with all the heavy things that we've got ahead of us. So I would certainly suggest continued conservatism in our budgeting and our view of reserves and the like, because the world's an uncertain place, and as Mr. Snyder said, economics in particular can change rather quickly. So let's move on to the library portion of the presentation. Excuse me?
I wasn't saying we should spend it.
No, I know
I was
I know
just
you
saying
weren't.
that it's better to have it look like that than look like something else.
And I agree. And I wasn't suggesting you were, but I tell you, staff kind of this idea that we're going to spend the money now for next year, or the money that's going to come in. I think we got to get away from that idea that this is a panacea to solve budgeting issues. That the delta between those two lines is something where we're going to just sort of solve all our problems. I think it's not a good idea, and that we ought to be conservative in our planning and our budgeting and our reserves. But no, I wasn't suggesting that at all. Mr. Z?
Yeah, thank you for your indulgence. I think the meat of this discussion is behind us at this point. So I don't know how many more slides you have, but I think unless you want to hear more comments about the same thing, I would, if I seem to be hard on everybody, it's because I am. And someone has to be hard, because, I was kind of around when we had the CFO had to take the bullet for all of our optimism. And Wyatt had to lose a leg and all that too. So, I think we need to be conservative here, that, we're not, that next month or the Ides of March aren't equivalent to December the 15th, 2008, because we'd all be in a world hurt at that point in time. And so I think, I think all of us up here share this common uneasiness that we need to know what we know, and those things that we don't know, we need to get to finality on those things before we're asked to jump off the cliff. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, why don't we move on to the library presentation?
One quick slide just on what we try to accomplish with the $400,000 on NTC, and then we will get to the library presentation.
So the NTC recommendation, the budget amendment, is done in the context of the vision and the mobility for all modes, and the commitment council has to walkability. There's 30 projects in the current and future 6-year CIP with about $30 million of investment in walkability, and that's not counting pavement and traffic signals. Within that, as Mr. Shields indicated, we do have $636,000 already committed to Greenways Down neighborhood from the federal grant, and that would address 6 streets. We have Annandale and Gundry that will be kicking off in the spring as soon as it warms up and it's dry to do that neighborhood traffic calming program. And then specifically, the request before you this evening would allow us to address the projects that are all the way through the community petition and the concept plan stage. So we're ready to do this work in the spring when weather breaks and be completed by the June 30th end of fiscal year time. I will call your attention to line 3, which does include some field inspection consulting time, because in order to do the full CIP project, whether it's transportation, stormwater, or general fund, we need this in order to expedite a robust neighborhood traffic calming, which I think is warranted and needed. There are additional projects out there that are in early stages of petition work, and then they could be picked up with what's proposed for the FY 21 to 26 CIP that the Planning Commission will be reviewing. And also, concurrent with the NTC CIP development, we are putting forth a proposed sidewalk program into the next CIP to start the traffic calming speed and parking and traffic issues, concurrent with also some being able to address neighborhood missing segments. So I put that into context of what we have before you. Staff's recommendation on neighborhood traffic calming is certainly both a financial one with resources available, knowing what we already invested and planning to, and then balance with what staff could administer. That construction inspection piece is really critical so that Jeff Sykes and Zach Bradley can keep working the rest of the NTC program plus other CIPs. So that's a synopsis of what we wanted to put forward this evening for you.
Snyder?
Thanks a lot. So I think what would be helpful is you just said some things that need to be underlined, which is there's a danger of saying, well, we're going to do the library, which means we can't do the traffic calming that we want to do. The reality is that we are doing additional traffic calming and that there's a limit to staff's capability to manage these projects, what I heard you just say. So to allocate money that the staff can't fund, can't use within a reasonable period of time doesn't make a lot of sense. We also have a lot of grant applications out there. This new transportation bill that is moving through the legislature contains things like the ability to reduce speeds. So my thought would be that we pull all these together at some point. Some of it's budgetary, some of it's capital, some of it's additional regulatory measures we can take to address the consistent and almost citywide traffic issues. So this is a request tonight, but I'm concerned about this growing sense about, well, you're doing the library, and that means that the traffic calming that we feel we need isn't going to be done. I'm not sure that's right. I think we need to.
Because that was not my intent.
Right.
We certainly have looked at current staffing capacity and going forward, and if we're going to step up NTC to more than 2 per year, staff is recommending somebody in the field. That said, we do have staff dedicated to stormwater, and we do have one project manager, as you'll hear from in a moment, that will be dedicated to the library that does not pull off of NTC. And in working with Mr. Whitfield and his CIP manager, we also can use CIP funding for other projects like construction inspection so we can maintain the robust CIP. But funding NTC is not going to take away from library or our proposed balance. That said, if you were to do double or triple the NTC, that is not built into our staffing capacity, but it's not going to take away from the library. We've tried to pace the CIP in a robust, manageable way.
Right, it's really the other way. The concern is that by funding the increased cost for the library, we're in essence making it impossible to do traffic calming that the neighborhood wants as a matter of public safety issues. What I'm hearing you saying is we are funding now and will continue to fund traffic calming at a level that our staff is capable of doing. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. And going forward in the next 10 years, we have funding in every fiscal year dedicated to NTC as well as the new sidewalk program concept.
Right, and we know that dealing with the traffic issues, which are, it's not just a construction issue. It may be a law enforcement issue. We may have additional tools that we want to, that the legislature may allow us to put in place to control some of this outrageous traffic behavior that we're seeing. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so at some point, not tonight, but I'd like to see this packaged together as this is what we're doing to address the problems that we're getting increasing concerns from the public, that it is one of our top public safety issues, and how are we addressing it in a systematic way across the city?
And I think part of your FY21 budget development with Mr. Shields would address that, and then monitoring what comes out of the General Assembly session so we know what our authorities to do would include or not, would help bring all that together.
Thank you.
Just thanks to Ms. Snyder for adding it. The only thing I'd add is the Vice Mayor's behavior modification component of the campaign, too. I mean, a lot of traffic calming, we've met the problem, and it's us. It's people who live here in the city. And, we have a reach to those people through our communications vehicles to try to raise awareness about distracted driving and inattentive driving and whatever. So that's part of your package of measures, which needs to come with money and probably some law enforcement visibility, if not enhanced personnel, to, take a serious bite at this problem.
Mayor, those are all good points, and I will just note on the NTC front, because it's community-based and organically up, you also need to allow enough time for that community engagement and design piece. You can't just whip up and drop a solution on the neighborhood. So while this is funding those projects that are already through the queue to design, it doesn't mean we'll stop working on the recently received petitions, and that's why the in-field inspection piece is important, so Zach and Jeff can continue working those projects, doing the traffic counts and meeting with the community.
Ms. Sardi?
Thank you, Ms. Messer. So I'm trying to compare this list with what's in the total queue, again, to understand kind of what's not going to get done. And so if I understand this correctly, there was a plan to actually, for $1 million, we would actually clear the entire queue. And I think to use that term is what I've been favoring, just because I do think we have a community obligation to kind of catch up on traffic calming. Like Mr. Shields said at the beginning, we haven't been doing a very good job of keeping up with the demand. So if I understand it, in this plan, South Lee would not get done yet, Southwest would not get done, and then we have potentially 20,000 left from this for Noland. And I think the plan for Noland was closer to 200,000.
All of the in the queue numbers are totally a very rough staff estimate on the conservative end, so therefore at the high end, because we've done no community engagement. We're just finishing, in Nolan's case, the traffic and speed studies. So that would be a very heavy solution, which may not be what we do with the community. So I want to be cautious. That's our really rough staff estimate to, quote, clear the queue. We will continue to work to refine those things to make sure we refine the numbers and then start picking up in FY21 additional projects. South Lee, Nolan, and Southwest have petitions in, and we're working with the community.
And this is not counting the Greenway Downs one, which hopefully will get taken care of, at least in part, with the HSIP grant.
Yes, the $636,000. That's not in this discussion, nor is Annandale and Gundry, because that's fully funded already, and the notice to proceed has been granted just to schedule in spring.
So just like the previous conversation where we talked about kind of needs we know that are out there. So we had stormwater in kind of the $10 to $15 million range. We have City Hall, which is going to be a really big number. We know that $200,000 a year in our annual operating budget is not enough to make progress on traffic calming. And so this just feels like a really good opportunity to kind of clear the queue or get through a lot more of the queue than I think as proposed up there. And I think this plan also included actually increasing the field resource, as you talked about, because right now, I think with the current capacity of the staff we have, we can't realistically do more than those 3 or 4 projects. But I think there was a plan to actually add some of that so that we can actually get to those projects out in the field as well.
Yeah, whether it's 400,000 or an additional amount of money for more projects in the queue, we would increase the consultant services for in-field inspections during the construction phase, freeing the other 2 team members up to keep working the broader projects and the concepts.
Yeah. Do we have a sense of what the demand is per year? Like how many new requests do we get per year?
I would have to confirm with the team what the number per year is. It seems to ebb and flow, and when there's a lot of discussion or issues being reported, we've got a couple more emails already in the last month, but they're really preliminary, and we're just starting to reach out for petitions, so I don't know how far they'll evolve.
Yeah, I think I'd argue that currently we probably have clearly demand for traffic calming exceeds what we're funding, right? Given that we haven't been able to catch up and the queue only keeps growing. So that's just another kind of cost I want to put out there is, just like stormwater, city hall costs, and other things that we have on the horizon, that we need to do more in this area.
And I think sidewalks will help because we'll look at increasing the walkability, and that helps with your safety and does some traffic calming if we are working in the right-of-way, depending on the street configuration. And then long-term, with some of our other bigger projects, we can work on moving utility poles. The LED streetlight conversion will be in the proposed CIP, which helps with safety and visibility at walking. So I think there has to be a holistic approach, and certainly NTC is one component of that.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
So at $200,000 a year, Ms. Mester, how many projects do you think that would resolve?
The number of projects really varies. Some of the speed humps and smaller projects, you could be at 6,500, and then if you have to do sidewalks, curb bump outs, and crosswalks, Annandale's and Gundry's at 170, and Great Falls and Little Falls will be 250. So you could do 10 very light solutions and one heavy.
And then similar to the way that we've, in some case, managed other improvements or repairs, how much of the work that is done on these NTC projects are done by staff versus third party?
If we're talking signage, flexi posts, some of that might be in-house depending on Public Works operations availability. Most of the work for NTC is off of one of our job order contracts that we already have established. We know the set prices for painting crosswalks and curb bump outs and linear feet of asphalt, speed humps, so it'll be third party. That said, you have in-house staff, one from planning, one from Public Works engineering that's overseeing the program, and our proposal is that you have somebody out in the field doing construction so we can move these projects along. Once you get through the deliberative community process, I think we've slowed down just because we haven't had staff ability to design and work with the community and field inspection. So this would solve that.
So if we still have a lot that's in the queue, so if what's being suggested is we spend roughly $400,000 on NTC, and we know that we've got a significant number that could be moved into that queue, but we couldn't necessarily manage them, and we're getting at least, I don't know how many per year, but if it was 3 in the last week, who's to say? Does it make sense for us to hire someone to help manage this with third parties if we had more money to allocate?
And in working with Mr. Whitfield, in that discussion, we're actually finding that is much more cost prohibitive, so you have more money going into the outside third party than actually delivering the projects. So what we're looking at is bringing on a term employee who would be a city employee, paid for out of the project money for as needed per projects out in the field. With the 400,000, we'd be clearing out 5.5 projects. You already have Annandale and Gundry, so there's 6 projects. And what is in the queue at petition stage is 3. They just happen to be very more complex, heavy solutions. So we're clearing out a lot more in terms of numbers and helping traffic calming and street. That is without counting the 6 streets we'll do with the HISIP grant.
Okay.
So 10 grants all total over the next year and a half.
I think with the grant and the 400,000, I mean, it's obviously a significant push compared to what we've been able to do in the past. But I also want to make sure that we're allocating enough time, money, and resources so we're not constantly playing catch-up with neighborhood traffic calming because it is a public safety issue. And we've had a number of residents who spoke very passionately here in council meetings and have sent requests in, although they may not be a petition stage, that I don't want to have to answer to them that we had money available. We decided not to allocate it because we wanted to manage it in an annual budget, and something happens, knowing that that demand is there, but not addressing it.
Well, for the first time in the proposed CIP, you'll have sidewalk money every year and NTC every year, which wasn't consistent, was more dependent on grant, and it's all local money or 30% money, which gives us more flexibility. We also have a philosophy of doing as much as we can with little to impact the public safety so the money can go farther.
So the next part of the presentation is for the library project. And so we're looking forward to going through. This is the meat of the presentation, and I appreciate the questions, but we do have a number of slides for the community and for the council on the library project. And so, Mike, if you could introduce the team and sort of introduce this presentation.
Okay, certainly. Good evening. So we are bringing to you the library renovation project. But before I get into that, if you don't mind if I take a little spin off on the NTC here. I did help Mr. Sykes with that program initially. We did find, just to answer your question, Mr. Lickenhouse, as we hired a consultant to perform the work, we paid them about $30,000 to duplicate standard engineered details, which was signs and markings, some ADA curb ramps. And so we found that that was not a good use of the funds. So what we did is we call it streamlining the process. So what we'll do is, and I know that Zach and Jeff are working on this now, they'll actually just print out a map. They have a plan for it. You've got the request. They'll mark it up, and they identify the areas where the markings will go and the bump outs and also the ADA ramps. So it is much more streamlined. So anyway, sorry to diverge. So the library itself consists of a pretty good team. We have Lionel Millard, who's the project manager. And then we also have Jenny Carroll, who is obviously the library director. And we've got some other folks here that are part of the team that they're kind of behind the scenes, and that would be Mark Minetti, who is our architect, and also the library board. And I know they're anxiously waiting. I'm not doing the presentation. It's way past my bedtime. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lionel and let him do the presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is a very exciting evening. I'm about to bring to you a culmination of the last 10 years for a project that's been on the CIP agenda since, I think, 2009. So this is exciting for both me being a resident and a city employee, and it's an honor to be here to present this for the library board and Jenny. So for this evening, the presentation topics will include the history and timeline, the mission statement, the library project walkthrough, the existing and proposed conditions, which will actually be presented by Mark Minetti, the lead project manager from BKV, and the GMP cost categories. So the library's original construction was in 1957. And since then, we've had two major renovations and additions. One was in 1968 and one was in 1993. I assume that no council members were around in 1993, so 2009 makes pretty much a good sense as far as the life expectancy of the project. After consulting with the library consultants, it is about a 20 to 25 year life expectancy before you are due for a major renovation and addition. In 2009, the library, or like I said, in 2009, the library was included in the CIP agenda. In 2014 was when we had the construction estimate conducted, and that is where we got the $8.7 million number. That has been the baseline for the project, and has pretty much been the number that was passed around, especially during the 2016 referendum, which was, again, approved by the voters. And then recently, as of last week, we came to a GMP agreement with Centennial Contractors, and we are ready to present to you guys the final number, and that's one of the things that I will be doing here in this presentation. So if somebody asks what are the major reasons why the library will be receiving a renovation and addition, these three components, ADA and code compliance, system modernization, and community space, would be the three key points that I would say is a reason why we need to move forward with this project. And I know there's been a lot of talk about whether or not we can do a renovation or whether or not we can do other things as opposed to adding the addition. And pretty much bullet point 1 and 3 will pretty much be eliminated if we move ahead with only a renovation, because code compliance issues, some of it is spatial requirements. Also, one of the big items that we're trying to tackle with this project is restrooms. And again, Mark Minetti will go into more detail about that, but pretty much, I mean, an experience that I've had is I used to use the library when I was in grad school. I'd come in early on a Saturday after drinking coffee since 7 o'clock that morning when I was at my house studying, and you literally have to wait in line to use the men's restroom because there's only one stall and one urinal, and you have farmers market citizens out, you have library patrons in the library as well, and they all kind of just congregate at the library, and it's definitely in need for an upgrade, especially in the restroom area. And then community space, again, Mark Minetti will, again, elaborate more on this, but one of the things that comes to mind is the story time that's conducted in the youth services area. And if you've ever been in the library during story time, it is pretty much chaos for anybody who's trying to get any work done, with all the kids and all the strollers strewn about on the first floor. One of the major items, again, that we'll be tackling in this project is separating the youth services, or the children's area, which is the youth services, from the adult area, which will be upstairs. So I want to go through some key players for the project team. So for the library renovation, we will have me as the project manager, the architect, BKV Group, and Mark Minetti, who will be presenting after this slide, and the construction manager at risk will be Centennial Contractor Enterprises, who I do not believe they have anyone here today. And so at this point, I'll be turning it over to Mark Minetti, who will be starting it off with a brief video, which will be a walkthrough for the proposed construction of the library. Well, that's actually next, but.
Good evening. Is there a place where I should sign in?
You'll be covered.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Cindy. Okay. Well, thank you again for having us here to present. We're been very excited to work on this project. We've been working on it for approximately 2 years now. I'll give you a brief timeline of the project history. So, as you know, in 2014, there was a master plan study that was commissioned. And then later there was a GMP that was passed for this project. BKV Group is 1-year term contract architect and engineers, and we interviewed for this task order and were commissioned to proceed. So in 2017, we took the master plan, and the decision was that we needed to validate the master plan because it had it was originally conducted in 2014, and so it had sat for several years. And so through that process, into the programming and validation, we went through an intense period of community engagement where we met with community stakeholders, staff, to really understand what the needs were and just vet out the recommendations that were made in the original master plan. And that led us on a journey that was really insightful. We ended up developing several master plan concepts and programmatic options. And so that was in 2018.
So let me, if I could just interrupt just for a second. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I would just say, given the late hour, if you can sort of maybe get to the meat of the matter, probably best for all of us.
Well, let me go ahead and just jump right to the video presentation. Okay. Great. So what you're seeing here is the corner entrance from the corner of Park Avenue, North Virginia. This was one of the outpourings of our community engagement. The decision to enter the building at the corner was actually something that the community brought to us as something they wanted us to consider. So these are the elevations. You can see the addition is colored and the existing building is left in black and white. One of the things that was kind of added to the scope was the streetscape improvements. These streetscape improvements are adopted by the City of Falls Church, and so we were tasked with integrating them into this project as well. So you see the same streetscape concept that you see everywhere else where that has been integrated. Lots of planters, adequate space to walk. This is a pedestrian-friendly city, and that's what we were trying to achieve as well. Just to give you some context for folks not familiar with the facility or the proposed addition, this is the existing conditions looking from the alleyway, and the planter wall that you're seeing there, that approximates the location. Actually, it's going to be slightly in, so you'll have 14 feet of clearance from the inside of the curb to the face of the proposed addition, but that's basically where the addition is going to occur. And these are just some colored elevations of the addition. We were, the character of the Williamsburg architecture was important to the community. It was also written into the deed of the property as well. So that was something that we maintained and developed with the stakeholders as well. One of the key points that was brought up earlier, and it's something that probably should take a second to really understand, but the accessibility deficiencies of the existing building are severe, as I'm sure you well know. And everyone's familiar with the deficiencies of toilet rooms and things of that nature. But where the rubber really met the road was with respect to the collection size. So as we were validating the collection size and trying to right size it for this project, what we were realizing was that there was a presupposition about the baseline size of the collection of about 140,000 or such, and that was based upon the collection size that was in the library currently. The problem with that assumption is that it doesn't take into account the severe deficiencies within the accessibility with respect to the layout of the shelving. In order to achieve an accessible library, we would have to lose 25 to 30% of the collection size if we did nothing today. And that's reducing the amount of bookshelves that are in the library currently to achieve aisleway, the appropriate aisleways within the library. So this is something that's really important. It did impact the way that we looked at the programming of the space. But ultimately, if you were to do nothing, you would at least have to address these issues. As you know, the ADA, civil rights legislation, your neighbors to the east and the west have been sued by the DOJ and have had to address this throughout the design of many of their facilities as well. But it is a serious deficiency that needs to be considered moving forward with this project. The interior of the building is very well loved by the community, warm finishes with lots of woods, and it was our desire to key in on that and maintain where we could some of those elements that were very much important to the community, like the mirror wall, and then integrate that into the design of the new facility. So here you can see the tile wall being maintained, and we've relocated the stair now. It provides a much more open environment. Getting natural daylight into this space was really important to us, to the whole community. The existing building does lack quite a bit in terms of daylighting, especially on the lower level. So we looked for every opportunity we could to introduce natural lighting into the building. The lower level, where the Children's Youth Library would be placed, we were freed up to be a little more colorful and integrate some murals and things of that nature. One of the great things about the siding of the addition is we are able to get natural daylight into the lower level as well through the addition. So that's an important facet of the proposed concept. As Lionel mentioned, one of the extreme pressures that the library faces is during program times like story time, they basically can't use their youth library. It's impossible to use their youth library for anything other than the program activities of the story time. So the proposed addition is going to allow for a separate program space where these youth service for the story time events and other similar program events can occur while not interrupting the function of the library otherwise. Very briefly, I'll run through basically the layout. Actually, we wanted to probably start on the main level first. Does this have an arrow? Okay, great. The main entry, the corner entry occurring over in this area with an entry vestibule. And then you're entering into the popular library where that mural, the existing tile alcove currently exists, and the existing stair has been removed. The new stair is located outboard of the building with natural light coming into the space and also down into the lower level with a new elevator located right next to the entry. The main circulation desk is centrally located, and then the adult library is occurring around this area here. We've taken the storytime space and now we've repurposed it. It's the adult parlor space, and we've added meeting rooms on the upper level and the local history room. Key accessibility features are we've introduced family restrooms on the upper level, and then we're going to upgrade the existing group toilet rooms to make sure that they're accessible. There spaces for support staff spaces are also located, circulation office and enhanced, as well as the admin suite and adult services office. And I'll go back to the lower level now. The lower level is going to be the youth services area. So again, coming down the stair from the upper level, and here is the elevator. We have two family restrooms located over in this area, which again meet our accessibility issues on the lower level. Currently, there are no toilet rooms on the lower level for patrons. We have a large group meeting area, and this is what we had talked about previously, where large function events like story time can occur in this area and then maintain the operations of the library outside that. The youth library and early childhood literacy over in this area. And then we have a teen space, a dedicated teen space with individual meeting rooms working off of the teen library in this area. Technical services located in this area, where it's currently located. And then we have a staff meeting room over in this area as well. So the layout provides for a youth library that is in keeping with the use and would allow it to grow and be able to meet your needs moving forward. So from that, I'm going to turn it back over to Lionel, and he's going to talk a little bit about the budget numbers.
Thank you, Mark. All right. So the numbers that you see before you, the above number, hold on a second, is the guaranteed maximum price for construction, which is a number that we received from Centennial Contractors to perform the work, and that is $7.86 million, which I believe last session we were at 8.243. So we were able to do some more negotiating and actually get that number down. And that brings the overall library project budget, which includes this top number, to $10.9 million. So here's a breakdown from how we got from 2014 to where we are today with the GMP agreement. In this column are the 2014 numbers. As you can see, the construction GMP was $6.4 million. It went up about 2.4, or what? My bad, 2.4. Wait, 1 point. My math is terrible right now. Oh my goodness, it's late. Sorry, $1.4 million, and then in the second column, again, you have $10.9 million as the overall cost for the library or the project budget. And then down here, you see the shortfall of $2.3 million, and that's including the VCs. And again, this number that we are at today, me, Mike Whitfield, Jenny Carroll, Jim Weiss, and Karen Battle spent countless hours muscling through negotiations with Centennial Contractors. And again, I think we were originally at 12.4, which again was a significant reduction to where we are today. And I just hope that that is realized. And that was also without going through any major value engineering because we had the scope that we wanted and we had the items that we wanted and the goals that we needed this project to accomplish, and we were able to maintain those and still be able to get within we thought was an acceptable budget. So here's a slide showing the owner and soft cost differentials. So in the left column are the 2014 estimates, and as you can see, there was several items that were not included that later on added substantial costs to the overall project, and some of those items were project management time, which is my time, and Marcon, who was the third-party consultant that we had to use in between PMs. The CMAR pre-construction fee, temporary library cost, which actually is a cost savings because we are utilizing Thomas Jefferson Elementary School trailers pretty much free of charge, so no utilities or anything like that. So I actually look at that as a pretty good cost savings. The $58,000 is actually for improvements such as a ramp and some painting and to pretty much give the building a bit of a facelift to make it more usable. And yeah, so the delta for these items add $680,000 to the overall project cost. And again, these weren't items that were seen in the 2014 estimate, but we had to carry these in our 2020 budget. So here's the hard cost, the actual construction cost differentials that caused increases to the project budget. And a lot of these were actually lessons learned on City Hall. So again, when I took the project over for the library, there was a lot of things that happened on this project that I wanted to make sure were accounted for, and some of the items were security, not included in the 2014 estimate, but I knew for a fact that we wanted to include security in the GMP with the contractor. And I also, as a side note, I found out, because I was trying to see if there was a cost savings by using the existing cameras, and I was talking with LV Comsec, who is the security contractor for the City Hall project, and he told me that the cameras we have at the library have been blacklisted by the federal government because they're made in China, and apparently there's like a backdoor entry, easy hacker access to them or something. So obviously, we don't want those in our it's a library, but again, might as well get rid of those. But that's also not just for cameras. I mean, that's for security or for card readers, for video. I forget what they're called, A-phones at the entrances. So when we have deliveries and somebody's at the front desk or at the circulation desk upstairs, they can see who's at the back door as opposed to having to go out there and potentially being ambushed. You have items or more items that weren't included in the 2014 estimate were communications, IT, and data, which again was another major lessons learned that you'll learn more about once we get into City Hall stuff. Streetscape requirements. This was an adopted City of Falls Church item. So brick pavers are much more expensive than concrete sidewalks. That was another cost that I had to carry over in the 2020 budget. The sprinkler system. So this was an item that wasn't necessarily originally going to be part of the GMP, but after consulting with our operations team, we found out that we have had a lot of failures in the recent past, and it would make very little sense to do a renovation and addition project without addressing something as serious as your fire protection system. Stormwater also was another major increase. So in 2014, we were using the the version 3 lead standards, and volume 4 is much more stringent and strict on how you obtain your points. It's a little difficult to really put a fine or a number value to those items, but a good example is we looked at ways to value engineer the HVAC system, and there were some items that were proposed, but if we had gone with those proposals, it would have sacrificed our lead potential. So obviously, we decided not to, since lead is one of our big goals here. And then the roof overlay, though not substantial in the grand scheme of things, again, our operations team says we've had some pretty significant leaks in the recent past. And again, as you're going to renovate a library and add an addition onto it, why not take care of the roof as well? Because that would make me a bad PM if I didn't do that. And then this delta between the 2014 and 2020 number is about $812,000. All right, let me get a sip of water. All right, so one of the items that was beyond anybody in this room's control is escalation. As you can see in 2014, there was a $6.4 million price tag, and by 2019, it went up to $8.2 million. On average, we're looking at a 5% annual or compounded annually escalation rate. And this is something that you have to account for when you're potentially planning on pushing the library off, because this is these numbers don't change. And so you have to take this into account when you want to think about, again, potentially pushing the library off further, because these numbers will keep adding up and keep increasing the overall cost to the project. So as far as GMP negotiations, so we reached this GMP amount on January 22nd. Like I said earlier, the library project is now at $10.9 million. I want to emphasize again that me and the project team worked tirelessly to get the number down to where we did. I think we originally received the initial GMP proposal on December 13th. And again, keeping in mind previous experiences. Well, before I was PM, I remember sitting in on a council presentation about how you guys wanted to make sure that we got the number that also included everything that we needed, such as lead, such as space improvement. There's other items, but again, the lead one is really a big number, because that was really what kind of strapped us as far as the value engineering options, because again, we have LEDs being replaced. We're switching over the HVAC from VVTs to VAVs, which is much more energy efficient. And yeah, so this is where we are today, and I'm proud of my team for getting as far as we did. And this number will never get any lower. So I hope that with this presentation, you guys are convinced that this is a worthy project. And here's a listing of our staff that have been involved. And I would like to thank Wyatt Shields again, Mike Whitfield, Jenny, Jim Weiss, and Karen Battle. And now I guess it's time for questions.
All right, thank you so much. And a lot of work has gone into where we are today. Questions, comments from council? Vice Mayor Connolly?
I'll just start off with, Lionel, you just showed us that last number and said that number will not get any lower.
Yes.
Will it get any higher? That's it.
That's it.
That's our number.
That is our number. 10 years of work, and there's your number.
Thank you.
I guess 4, but.
Other questions, other comments?
And I also would like to emphasize, I'm sorry, Mayor Tarter, may I speak?
Of course.
So, again, since where we are in the process, Centennial has gone to their subcontractors and done some pretty significant negotiations with them. Some of those negotiations are pretty much counting on awarding the GMP, or the GMP, and there is definitely a time limit for some of these awards, and we want to make sure that we are all aware that unless we act sooner rather than later, within literally the next 2 weeks, we can't guarantee. So I guess this is more me kind of going back on Mary Beth's comment, is that number is set for now, but if we decide to maybe go past February 10th, then I can no longer guarantee you that number will not go up because, again, their subs have made an agreement, but that agreement only is going to hold for so long. And so that's also one of the biggest issues that we're facing is that time is really not on our hands.
All right, other comments, other questions? Mr. Duncan.
Thank you. Well, there was earlier discussion about whatever contingency is built in now to this number.
Yep, that number includes both contingencies for the owner and the construction manager at 5%. I think that number is like $313,000 for each party.
Okay, 5%.
Yep.
Total cap of the project. I mean, this is only going to take from start to finish 2 years, right? I mean,
No, it was,
not
the
even
project
that.
schedule's 14 months.
Okay, right, so less than 2 years, so
Oh, yeah.
that 5%'s covering us for 14, 16 months.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Other comments, other questions? Ms. Hardy?
So I had a similar question on contingency. Refresh my memory on, so the 5 and 5 contingency, how does that compare to the industry benchmark? And then if we blow through that, where's the money going to come from?
So I can give an example. For City Hall, we had 5% contingency for construction manager, and we probably had like 0.0 or like 0.25%, which is well below average. I would say 5% is pretty standard across the industry on the overall construction costs. Especially, again, I mean, I want to emphasize too, Mark and BKV Group have provided us with permit drawings, so there are no surprises as far as what the contractor will be building off of. And again, that's another thing, City Hall, I can't say the same thing can be said for City Hall.
To Mr. Shields, it would come from reserves, I guess, or we would have to find money from.
Mark says it is 5% is industry standard. I knew that, though.
So the question was, if we exceed the contingency amounts, what would we do? We would either solve any problem with a request for reallocation within our operating budgets or a request from our appropriation reserves. Those would be the two areas.
And I want to piggyback again off of Wyatt. Again, it's a construction manager at risk. So we have owner contingency for owner changes, and then the construction manager has contingency for any other changes that arise. And we've reinforced that contract language so that, again, we don't have the same problem with City Hall. We're arguing about what's CM contingency and what isn't. So if the contractor runs out of CM contingency, then that's the at-risk portion where it's, hey, you're out of luck, it's out of your pocket now.
Could I, just another contingency, so based on our experience with City Hall and/or your knowledge of what you're getting ready to take on at the library, is it likely that you're going to, the unknown contingency is going to come up like in the first month of the project? Well, you know, we've knocked the tree down and it turns out there's a fuel tank under it or whatever. Or is it likely that, you know, the problems in this particular building, because we have worked on it, you know, in the somewhat recent history. I mean, I was around in 1992. We know a little more about it than maybe we knew about City Hall. And so the contingency might come later on with, you know, dogs and cats that we hadn't anticipated. Any way of guessing when we would find out the news that, oh, it turns out we're going to need more?
So if I had to, well, using your example of if we found like a fuel tank in the ground when we demoed a tree, I mean, I would make the argument as that being a CM contingency item as a PM. But also, I would say once we got done with the demolition and we got the building's facade exposed and we're putting the new, or getting ready to start the new steel structure, I mean, that's the time period where I would expect we'd be at most risk for unforeseen conditions. Because once the demo's done and they start roughing in everything and setting the steel and building the new addition, I mean, everything, it's pretty much known at that point. I mean, that's the beauty of having an addition. It's new construction, so they know what they're doing from that standpoint. But inside, it's a little bit more of a gray area. But I'd say after, you know, the first 6 months, I'd be way more confident about not needing the owner contingency. Or, well, yeah, the first 6 months is the most likely time.
Okay, and the only other question I have, based on, again, the City Hall experience, what's the process for checking in with us about how things are going? I mean, we had a task force for the City Hall project which met, and I dutifully attended because nobody else seemed to want to. And, you know, well, whatever. That was the City Hall process. What's our process going to be like for the library, since it is a shorter construction period? But we still, we're interested, like, I think, in week-to-week developments on this building for obvious reasons.
I mean, I'm open to meet however often you guys want to. I mean, I could come here once a month and give you guys a breakdown of what's going on, how much money we've spent. I mean, it's whatever you guys want.
Okay, thanks.
All right, what else do we have question-wise? Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Lionel,
Yes.
great presentation as usual.
Thank you.
What was the starting price again, negotiating with Centennial?
I want to say 12.4 million. It might even be 12.6. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's at least 12.4. Well, I'm sorry. The library budget was 12.4 million. Centennial's original price was 8.9 million. I do remember that one. So 8.9 to 7.8.
Okay, so about, $1.1 million.
Yep.
Making it below. In terms of Centennial, the contractor, and they've done other things here around the city, what have we done to vet their projects, cost overruns, change order, discrepancies, disagreements?
Well, an initial
Project of this size.
their initial submission or proposal, I want to say, was vetted by our team when we had the list of qualified applicants from like Turner and I think HIT, and this is before my time a little bit, so I'm kind of trying to remember. But we vetted them as part of the RFP process, and I believe that we are in the process of setting up some more one-on-ones and potentially going to an actual project location of theirs, because I don't think that anybody's actually gone to a physical project, but we have reviewed documentation and references from their past project experience and their resumes and their portfolio. That was done, I think, like 2 years ago.
Okay. In your opinion, or maybe Mark's professional opinion, we went through the bidding process, and I assume they came in originally the lowest, or maybe close to the lowest?
I believe so. That might be something I need help with from.
So if they were the lowest bidder, they came in at 8.9, and we negotiated down to 7.8. That's a pretty significant difference. And similar to what we're dealing with in City Hall, I've got concerns about having pushed, and I know I've talked about this before, but I feel like we are cramming bigger scope into a smaller bucket of funds. And I am concerned about, I know you've said we haven't value engineered, we haven't de-scoped. I think we've had to do some of that. But how confident are we that we haven't pushed this so far that we're expecting for it to come back on us later to make up that delta? Because 15%, if you just assume a company operates at a healthy profit margin of, healthy would be 30%, I mean, you've effectively pushed 15% off of this project. Are we putting ourselves at risk of, they get you coming and going, as they say? I don't know anything other than what I've heard from other folks about this contractor. I work in real estate, but I don't know much about it, and I have concerns, because you say it's not going to go below this in negotiations, it's not going to come in above this on the back end.
I'm confident in the sense that I know the quality of the drawings that we have received from BKV. I have personally vetted them against things that I know were very problematic on this project. And again, also to Mr. Duncan's point as well, is kind of tying the two together, is that the items that we have included are very, very, very expensive items if they are to be missed. And so those items are in the drawings. And their number can go down or up or whatever they want to do. But at the end of the day, the drawings are what they are. And our goals, our scope, and what we want and our expectations for the project are very well outlined in our GMP drawings. So they could come in and tell us they'll do it for $4 million. I'm like, great, because guess what? At the end of the day, they owe what's on those drawings. And that's how we've ensured that we didn't do too much finagling with the value engineering or anything like that, because we have our goals and our scope laid out for them. And it's not even debatable. The city attorney could tell you the GMP drawings, what their pricing is based on.
I think in all fairness, we probably would have said the same thing around City Hall time. with-
Well, I think the City Hall, the issue with that is that I think we VE'd stuff out that might have came back around later on and hurt us. There was no VEing of HVAC components and plumbing components and electrical components and security and electrical outlets and stuff like that.
Okay. I was going to say we should just be careful the promises that we make about us not having to come back and address cost overruns or litigation disagreements and discrepancies.
I understand.
All right, other comments? I'm going to open it up to the public. I do have one speaker slip, well, I'm not sure the speaker is still here. Peter Markham, is he still here? Doesn't look like he is. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to public comment. Anyone who would like to speak, who hasn't spoke earlier, you're certainly welcome to. And if there is no one wishing to speak right now, we've heard, I think, from many of you in prior meetings, I'm going to close this meeting to public comment, at least this item to public comment. Mr. Shields, is there other items relating to the budget that you want to discuss this evening?
No, sir, that's the extent of the staff presentation.
All right, so we've heard, I think, from staff, from the library, and the particular subcomponents. Is there additional conversation, discussion, questions that folks want to have right now? Do people feel comfortable attempting to vote on something tonight? Or is this something that needs additional time for either the public or for council to consider before we make a final decision, either as it relates to the library or this package as a whole?
I'm comfortable moving forward. I think the big thing is that a couple of these slides explaining why the money has changed will be very important. It's not a mismanagement issue. There were additions, leads, streetscapes, sprinklers, cost increases in the construction field. I think that needs to be well explained from between first and second reading. But I'm comfortable moving forward. I would like, when we get to the motion, I would like an addition asking the staff to report back on options for funding the Tinner Hill mural project. And that's just to give it its options. I think some of the transportation grants that we have out there might be potential for that. So that would be all that I would do.
All right, do we have other comments? Vice Mayor Connolly.
I would just agree with Mr. Snyder. I do appreciate the slides where you showed the delta between what were the 2016 numbers and the 2020 numbers. Do they exist, does that chart exist anywhere else, or is it just on slides?
We made it based off of what we have in there. Sorry. That slide is a custom slide for you guys.
Okay, so it would be helpful, as we explain this to the public, if there was a chart that showed that in a way that we could say, this is part of the change in the GMP.
Okay. Like you want something that's not a PowerPoint or Excel shot?
Yes.
Okay. So that might be a question that I have with the attorney because, so that exists in the subcontractor's buyout or, well, actually the GMP spreadsheet from Centennial. And so I do not know if we are able to post that publicly without, I mean, it's in the.
Well, it's posted publicly now, and
And you're just referring, taking this information and having it available for the public, so they don't have to go through the whole
so they don't have to look
presentation.
through a PowerPoint to
Oh.
find it. If we can just.
Oh, so you don't, I thought you were talking about the actual like document that we received
No.
from
I
Centennial.
just,
Okay.
the information that's on the slide, if it can become one sheet of paper so that we
Okay.
have that,
I
or
could do
not
that.
even, one little chart.
I could do that.
Thank you.
Minimum, the PowerPoint slide's not even posted, so that needs to be up first, and then we can figure out the right format after that.
All right, other comments?
So I am not comfortable tonight, and I have comments explaining why, if you'll indulge me.
Sure.
So, well, first of all, thank you, Lionel, and Jenny, and Mike, and the rest of the library board and staff. I know it's been a really stressful process trying to get to a final number, and I know how hard that everyone's worked on it, even though the final number is clearly still higher than what any of us would like. And so preface before I get to my comments, no one here really doubts the value of the library, the merits of the project. I don't need to be sold on how great it's going to be. We are avid users in my family, so we max out that 50 book limit all the time. My boys have benefited from story time and after school programming, so I absolutely buy into the value of the library. And I credit the love they have for reading to the fact that we have a great selection, accessible library. So I also get that time is of the essence. When I started 4 years ago, I know that we had a whole bunch of CIP projects waiting, and I know the library has been patiently waiting. And so I get it that you guys want to get this done. But contrary to the earlier public comment, it's not really just annoying. We really have personally wrestled with this one. And I think you've kind of heard from the hour-and-a-half, 2-hour discussion we've had on exactly why. There are a lot of big costs out there, and the issue is really not about how much we value the library, how badly we need the improvements. Putting aside the 30% cost overage we have, our challenge is to care for all the needs across the city and do our best to balance those competing priorities with limited funds. And we have a bunch of known costs, and we have a bunch of unknown costs, as we've started talking about tonight. And what is following, unfortunately, is that we're following this project on the heels of a project that has not gone well. And I think we can't still talk about it tonight. I was hoping we'd be able to talk about it more publicly. So while we are sitting in a brand-new city hall, it's really not fully done. I think the fact that we can't talk about the number yet, and I think the quote is, we will have a major fiscal obligation, is something that we should be very sobering about, and will undoubtedly just cost us more when it's all said and done, regardless what that number is. And that hasn't even been publicly disclosed yet. So with that as the backdrop, I think we should all have more trepidation than a normal cost overrun when talking about this project. So here are my 3 concerns. First, are we confident that the $11 million price tag will be the final number, and will it go well? For a project that hasn't started and is 30% over the original budget, even if there are all good reasons why that is, those are, I think, important questions. And frankly, I think we've had a pretty bad track record so far, and one that I don't think we should be proud of. The bottom line is that we've had cost escalation every time. And the cost is not actually the only reason I'm giving pause. So speaking for myself only, I'm actually willing to spend more than $11 million because in general, I think the library is worth the investment. With capital projects, I strongly believe in doing it right the first time so that we're not leaving a half-done project or something that's de-scoped for a future council to deal with. I think we inherited a lot of capital needs, and I certainly don't want to leave that for future councils. So I'd rather spend more on the right project, do it well, and do it once than try to fit it in when we're doing a lot of projects. And I think you'll recall at the last work session when I asked what the lifespan of this project was, I wasn't facetious when I said this one really has to be it. It has to last us many, many years. And I want to make sure that the lessons learned from City Hall, which we just started talking a glimpse of publicly tonight, are fully incorporated so the same mistakes don't happen, because I think citizens expect that of us, and that tonight again was the first time we've talked about it. Second concern, what's not going to get done? So what hasn't been discussed publicly until again tonight is that funding that $2.6 million gap requires trade-offs with other projects. We heard some of those tonight, and you heard why we're wrestling with this. There are a lot of other unknown needs out there that's going to cost us money. We've talked about stormwater, potentially $15 million worth of projects coming in the next 10 years. A final City Hall bill, that's TBD. We know we have those large costs, and our first impulse can't be to raise stormwater fees. We also shouldn't count on having another budget surplus, especially knowing that there's going to be a downturn in the next few years. We can't keep asking departments to keep their budgets flat, keeping vacancies open, and shortchanging operating needs to plug capital issues. And finally, for my fellow council members, I wanted to remind us that affordable housing was actually our #1 priority coming out of Saturday's planning discussion. And so while we absolutely need to be responsive to citizen requests, as we were trying to do tonight, I think it's just as important for us to advocate for the ones who can't speak. So I do think it's a shame that out of the $4 million we're talking about, we're not putting anything in affordable housing. So finally, I think the most important one is this doesn't meet my bar for transparency. We are talking about this publicly for the first time tonight, and I just can't get comfortable with actually having discussed this tonight and then taking a first reading vote. Assuming we get past the fact that voters approved 8.7 and we're talking 11 million. I think some might even call for a new referendum. I think tonight is the first night we're actually looking at the full list of projects in open session and talking about what would make the cut and what wouldn't make the cut. And I think it deserves more time in front of citizens for public discussion about those trade-offs. So for comparison, in each budget cycle, this group, along with the school board, we spend 4 to 6 weeks wringing our hands over what is about $400,000 in the annual budget. And this is more than 10 times that amount that we're debating tonight, and I think it merits more public discussion. Thanks.
All right, other comments? Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Thank you. So, much like Ms. Hardy, I support a renovation. All of the updates that were discussed, the ADA, HVAC, elevators, a lot of the things that we've talked about, I think are absolutely necessary. And I think most people would agree, all people would agree that the library is an important part of the community. And frankly, I get upset sometimes that I have to defend this in terms of asking questions related to the library, but family, we love the library. This is not about not loving the library. My family depends on that library some days to get out. But for me, it's more about how we're doing it and when we're doing it and how we're going to pay for it. That's the concern that I have. We asked the voters to approve a certain amount in 2016. They directed us to proceed at a certain amount. And since that time, the cost estimates have ballooned and escalated significantly. I've been the council liaison to the library board for the last 2 years, and there's not a single time that I've sat in that meeting where I've questioned the need to renovate and update the library. But there's also not been a single time where I've sat in that meeting, in any one of those meetings, and had serious doubts and heartburn about whether or not the amount of money that was put to the voters and the scope that was expected were ever going to meet. And I appreciate what staff, Lionel, and others have done to try to keep that cost under control. But I'm in a similar camp that I'd rather the project be done right with the right amount and have it get done the right way. Personally, I feel that the scope of the project as it's been conceived and as it's evolved will probably prove to be difficult, if not impossible, to stay within that referendum amount. And I think it's proven true. And in some sense, I don't think that we scoped this broadly enough. I think that there are other aspects of this project that could be included that have not been captured, but I feel like it's being forced into a decision based on a number that was unrealistic to begin with. So despite my personal vision of maybe what that library could be from a scoping perspective, we're faced with a decision on how to pay for it as scoped. And right now, what is being proposed is that we use operating dollars to pay for the portion of the project costs that have come in over the originally voter-approved $8.7 million. Furthermore, we're being asked to do this at the expense of other items, not all of which are being captured here today, and being done at the expense of other things that normally operating funds would be paying for: streetscape, neighborhood traffic calming, and a number of other things. We may be required to spend millions of dollars to cover a cost overrun at City Hall. We may be required to spend $10 to $15 million on stormwater projects, which we have promised the city that we were going to undertake. And in my mind, if we take the unprecedented decision to spend several million dollars on a capital project that comes from operating funds, I think personally, and this is one that I have struggled with mightily, I have probably wrung my hands over this decision and this project more than anything else that I've had to struggle with while being on council. The idea of us spending this amount of money from operating funds on a capital project, I truly feel like it violates a number of the principles that we've been very careful to operate under over the last few years. And if we do this, we're going to do it knowing that we're going to have to raise taxes or fees or funds to pay for other things. So robbing Peter to pay Paul to some extent, but knowing that we have these obligations that we're going to be faced to deal with. And personally, I'm not going to do something that I feel the best way to describe it, the way that it's being contemplated, the way that it's been presented, is fiscally irresponsible, in my opinion, in light of everything that's been discussed. I am sensitive to the needs of the library, the staff, the careful, meticulous analysis that's being done, and again, I support renovating and updating the library, but I'm not going to approve it this way. I'm simply not going to do that. Doesn't mean that we have to rush to do this right now. And all of the things that we're facing doesn't mean that we have to pay for it this way, at the expense of other needs and against sound fiscal policy. And before we know exactly how significant our costs are going to be in some other areas. So I would actually like to suggest a compromise. And if this plays out as an amendment, if it plays out as postponing to figure this out, giving my concerns about how we're going to pay for this and the scoping, and sensitive to the fact that some have said that if we do not approve this project now and we do not approve it this way immediately, costs will continue to escalate. So my suggestion is, because the voters approved this initially, and given some of the concerns about trade-offs between other needs that are to some extent being put on the back burner, that we take this back to referendum to account for the difference and bond it and debt it the same way that we do every single other capital project of this size. And my suggestion would be that if the project scope is coming in around $10.9 million, that we account for a 10% increase, doesn't mean we have to spend it, and take that difference between what was bonded and $12.1 million and ask the voters to approve that. They approved it the first time. It may not have been the right dollar amount, but the way that we're being asked to pay for this, and the fact that the voters need to have more insight into what those trade-offs are, and the fact that it would be much smarter to do this in the way that we typically do it with capital projects, I think warrants doing that. I think it's important also for us to recognize that these challenges that we're facing, that we know that we're going to be facing, need to be known quantities and entities before we decide to spend this money. I cannot stress that enough. This is not, again, about whether we need to renovate or update the library. In my mind, it is truly about how we are paying and how we are going about doing this. And unfortunately, given the circumstances and the factors that we are facing related to City Hall, stormwater, neighborhood traffic calming, other unfunded needs, murals, public art, streetscape, walkability, it just does not feel right. And that is the reason that I cannot support moving forward on this now. However, I can support renovating the library, but making sure that we do it the right way, which is the fiscally responsible way. And frankly, I have not heard yet a compelling argument as to why we can't do that. And so that's my suggested compromise to get us to a place where folks want to be, but doing it in a responsible manner, giving us time to uncover, discover, and answer questions about unknowns that are out there that could impact us significantly in a very significant financial and fiscal way.
All right, other comments? Mr. Duncan?
Is it my turn? Well, 30 seconds just on the neighborhood traffic control part of this, because we vote on this on first reading tonight. That's part of it, too. I have some, based on long experience here, some concerns that we are, in fact, going to be able intelligently to deploy the kind of money that we're talking about in the NTC component of this package in a prudent and manageable way. I think it's going to cause, significant disruption across the city to do as much construction as we're talking about doing in a fairly narrow time window. But since I am well understanding of the need for neighborhood traffic calming, I'm willing, at least at first reading, to entertain that staff can convince us by second reading that that work can be done. As for the library, let me turn my egg timer over. Mr. Z, you're in charge of keeping me to 3 minutes. Do we have the capacity to do this project well? I would say we're at the peak capacity to do it well. Our financial position, as we saw earlier, is strong. Our vetting of the drawings and the specifics of this project are well in advance of where we were ever with the City Hall project, I think. We have a relocation refuge at TJ. If there's any kind of delay, a couple of months, unlike City Hall where we had to pay rent at 400 North Washington, we have a place where we can stay with the library until we're ready to move into the new facility. We have the tightest possible time between the GMP issuance and the construction beginning, narrowing that, area of uncertainty that I asked Lionel about. We have a prudent contingency. We have a clear, perhaps most importantly, a clear vision of what we want to do, what we want to build, something that we never had with City Hall. At City Hall, some of us wanted to build a brand-new City Hall, not here, understanding that there'd be some renovation uncertainties. We never could agree on the garage being bigger or smaller or not there at all. We just didn't have, I feel like, a good council consensus on City Hall at any point in that project. It actually turned out remarkably well, I think, architecturally, the way it serves the citizens, the way it serves the staff. But it is a fact that the library project, to me, seems much more clear, much more pleasing, actually, frankly, than even I thought. I think there's more light to it, the fly-through, the way the building is designed exceeds my earlier concerns that it might not be a building that we'd be proud of. I think it is a building that we could be proud of. And there's stability, and that counts for a lot, you know. I mean, the problem with waiting and delaying and taking multiple years is that people move on, and people forget what it was that they said and argued. You know, in the course of this library project, we've retired a library director, we've retired a library board chair, we've, you know, we're now finally at a position where we have a library director, project manager, a library board, which has been reconstituted thanks to the work of the Appointments Committee, and most importantly of all, a council which has got accumulated experience in all the areas that we need to be following: fiscal management, construction management, architecture. I want to seize on the expertise and the background and the work that these people up here have done and apply that, like, starting next month. And I'm serious about, you know, once a month check-ins on the library project, because I feel like, you know, the people who are sitting in this room have the capacity to do a really good job on this library project, a job that we'll be proud of, and a job that's fiscally prudent. I think that's all I have to say. I'm hopeful that we've not committed the mistake. It's prudent to raise the question of, you know, have we de-scoped or value engineered this building to the point that it's in some way inferior? We have done that before on almost every city-side municipal project I can think of, certainly the community center and others. I feel like we've not done that with this, and I would like to stick to that, and I'm concerned if we wait, if we delay, the appetite of the community to spend more money, I just don't know. But I'm not sure we're going to get any better value for our dollar by waiting. So tonight I would be comfortable with voting on first reading with the addition. I agree with Mr. Snyder that I would like to expedite the process of reviewing the idea of allocating some resources over to the Tenor Hill project, because I think that's a neglected area of our city's character that we always need to keep an eye on. Thanks.
Mr. Snyder?
If Councilmember Duncan is making a motion on first reading, I'd be willing to second it. I do want to make a couple comments. The council has spent a lot of time on this. The points made are very well made. I got to be honest with folks, to meet all the requirements of traffic calming, stormwater, infrastructure, and this, we're going to have to ask the public for more money. It's going to happen. But if we don't, if we fail in any of those areas, we're not doing, in my view, what we were elected to do, which is to provide first-rate government with as much management oversight as we possibly can. I do think that delaying this vote will simply increase the costs, and I think we have to deal with this and move it forward. So that's why I'm ready to do that.
Other comments, Mr. Z?
Well, I'll vote for the library component, not because I love where we are on this, but just because I think that if we don't do the library now, we're never going to do the library. It's never going to happen unless we do it now. And that's the bottom line here. And if we wait to bond it, wait to figure out what we really truly want to do, what our top priority is, and we decide not to go forward with it, there are probably going to have to be some termination for convenience costs. So we're going to be paying them more whether we want to or not. We can't just say, hasta la vista, we'll see you next time. Good talking to you. It's been a good relationship. So then we'll have 2 lawsuits on construction costs. I think the rest of this stuff is important too. We've been spending lots of operational dollars, being very proud of ourselves, how we're shaving the tops of sidewalks so kids don't trip and break their teeth and stuff, and also very proud of ourselves of, not putting in a traffic light at the intersection of Pennsylvania and Broad, despite having the contractor, the developer give us money for it, and we waited so long, and by the time we put it in, it cost over twice as much. And it took the death of an 84-year-old man crossing the street to compel us to finally take action. We don't need to be sued for ADA noncompliance. It's just, the citizens have said and they expect that we'll do this. So if it looks like I'm holding my nose and will vote for the library, let that be the truth here, because I am holding my nose. We're all responsible for letting this thing go for so long that here we are. And it may seem as if council up here is in disagreement. Actually, we're in pretty violent agreement with each other, just when we do certain things. So I will vote for the library project going forward, and I would also say that if I'm wrong, and we don't spend all the contingency in the first 30% of project execution, that's to say within the first 5 months, I will vote for the rest of the package with respect to school facility reinvestment, increase that even, and put that in the budget. I'll vote to increase the salaries of police officers so we get actually some officers back on the force. I'll vote for a robust traffic calming sidewalk building effort. I will dedicate money coming from the proceeds of Founders Road to putting it into infrastructure, something that we haven't done for a long time. So that's where I'm counting on this thing. So I ask, council, if we don't build this now, we're never going to build it. We instruct the city to stop. We'll get a letter back saying, you've terminated us for convenience, and here's how much it's going to cost to walk away. That's it, bottom line. I've been here before. So I will not vote for the motion as it's written. Sorry, I love the library. Don't love the costs. You can get past this, you'll get the library.
Vice Mayor Connolly, did you have anything you wanted to say?
We're voting on the whole budget amendment, correct? So as we've talked about this different elements of this, the Funding Development Reserve Fund is key so that we can continue with inspections and all the things that we need for the large developments that are there. The money came in this year. We have to hold on to it so that we can work on those projects. The school facilities reinvestment is part and parcel of our spirit of a revenue sharing agreement. There was no signed agreement, but it definitely was okay, you're going to come in at exactly where we asked you to as far as the increase last year, and then anything that's left, we will split. Any revenue that comes in, we will split. And then this year, the schools will come in again with exactly where we asked them on the increase, and the same thing will happen. So I think that's part of a shared agreement that we have with our budgeting partners. So I think that one's very important. Neighborhood traffic calming, I'm thrilled that you've put $400,000 in there, as well as the $600,000 that we have for the federal grant for the Greenway Downs neighborhood. I think that's really important too. And I think that's just about right, as Ms. Mester says, for what our staff can handle this year, and then there'll be more next year. And then as far as the library goes, I have to say 6 months I was not able to think about voting for this because there seemed to be so many questions, and that was killing me, as Ms. Hardy and Mr. Lickenhouse have said, because it just didn't seem to make sense that how could this not be right? And in those last 6 months, I feel like we have really come a long way. And as Mr. Z says, it's not perfect, but if we don't do it now, we're not going to do it, and it will be 3 times more expensive. So with the assurances from the library board that this is the library we want, this is the library that's going to last us for 20 or 25 years, this is the library that we have to have to serve our citizens with disabilities and accessibility issues. This is important for public safety. And we're a community that needs a library that isn't, 1993 was 27 years ago, 27 years old. We need a library that fits our community now. So for those reasons, I am prepared to go forward with this. Lionel, my request is take a look at the dashboard that the George Mason High School project has that shows, like, on a monthly basis where the project is. That would be really nice to be able to have a similar dashboard that's available for city council and the community to see where are we meeting certain metrics. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
All right. I've got a few comments. I mean, one, frankly, ideally, in my opinion, this would be great to defer for 2 weeks to give the public time to weigh in. I have the feeling my colleagues are probably not interested in doing that, but I think it would be good to have additional time for the public to digest what we've heard tonight. Frankly, this is things that we've only heard about recently, and it's taken us a pretty good while to digest it and get where we are tonight, which is an extensive amount of discussion. So ideally, I think it would be great to defer this for 2 weeks to allow for more public comment. I don't know if
I'd
there's
support
any-
a deferral.
Excuse me?
I'd support a deferral.
What other folks think about that? Okay, it sounds like most people, the majority does not want.
I mean, you know, Mr. Mayor, I would love for us all to unanimously embrace whatever we decide to do. I'm just not sure what another, I mean, to me, the way to get the attention of the public is to pass it on first reading and to say that, you know, vigorous and extensive, lengthy debate was held. People differ. You got 2 weeks before second reading. You know, speak now. We're serious about this. We're actually going to do the library. If we just defer it, I don't know. I'm just allergic to constant deferral. You know, it costs. It takes time away from things that we need to move on to. Mr. Snyder said, you know, check this and move on. This
All
is
right.
an important decision.
All right, well, given
it
that it
is
sounds
not the only decision we have to make.
All right, well, given it sounds like the majority is not supportive of that, then I guess I'll move on to kind of, I guess, my second position, which would be, at this point, to support the motion that's before us, and it's not without concern. The library has been, just had great difficulties through this whole process, and I'm hopeful that they are resolved, but I still have concerns about it. And I do have concerns about spending reserves, even if they actually are above what we had originally contemplated when we started down this process. Nonetheless, I don't think that's good practice. And if we can, I'd like to find a way to frankly pay ourselves back. If there are surpluses, the first money off the top goes to make ourselves whole from what we have used at this point, even though it's above what we had predicted or expected or forecast. I still would like to have that as our default setting, to be conservative fiscally with our reserves. We get a whole lot of money to be spending going forward. With respect to the various components that make up this budget, I think each and every one of them, frankly, is a compromise in some regards. And the traffic calming is a great priority, and maybe there's not as much here as folks would like to see. It may be as much as city staff can absorb. That I'm not positive about that. I do think we should use these next 2 weeks and noodle and finesse and improve what's here to the extent we are able to either find middle ground on issues that are important to all of us, but also make sure the public has time to weigh in on what many of us have just heard, or the public has just heard tonight. And so I would hope that we can have additional vigorous discussion both next week at a work session and the following week at second reading. So I am willing to go ahead and support this at this time, but again, I would like to see further discussion, and to the extent we're able to reach further compromise, I would like to see that as well. So with that, unless there's further discussion or comment, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
Could I make an inquiry about the language of the motion and ask the city attorney where to insert and in what words the reference to the Tenor Hill project?
I'm sorry, what is it that you wanted on the Tinner Hill was?
Here, let me try this. Let me try this motion for the city attorney and Councilmember Duncan.
Thank you.
Move to grant first reading to TO 20-02, schedule second reading and public hearing for February 10, 2020, and advertise the same according to law, and request city staff to provide options for supporting the Tinner Hill mural project. Does that work? Does that work?
I think that works well, yes.
No, I haven't set an amount. It's not entirely clear for me, what we're really talking about and what the options are. So this gives us an opportunity to explore that.
As I understand it, and as I would second that, as understanding that we're not committing to any dollar figure, or we're seeking information with that.
All right, so we have a motion.
Second.
Yep. All right, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
No.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
No.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mr. Z?
No.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
And the motion carries 4-3. Thank you, council.
All right, thank you all. Thank you all for coming out. This is
Could
the
I-
first reading. There still will be a second reading going forward, and there will be a vote on the GMP itself in 2 weeks. It's scheduled to be in 2 weeks. So this is not approval of the contract. That'll be before us in 2 weeks. All right, let's move on to the next item. It's late. Let's bang this out. All right, what's next, Madam Clerk?
Consent items, we have some appointments and a new appointment to the Appointments Committee.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the consent agenda. Can I do that all at one time, City Attorney?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Second.
Do we
I'll
have second?
that. Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
Mr. Z?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
Yep.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, let's keep going.
Hold on. I lost my agenda. We have other business. Authorize the city manager on behalf of the city to award up to $2,396,500 in a contract with Utilities Unlimited LLC for construction of the Mustang Alley Connector Sewer.
Mr. Shields, Mr. Whitfield,
Mr.
briefly.
Yes. This is for the infrastructure for the high school and also the 10-acre development. This is the installation of a sanitary sewer system. And this goes all the way down Mustang Alley, ties into the other West End sanitary sewer that we're currently constructing right now.
All right, and this comes out of the dedicated sewer fund. This is not from general fund, correct?
That is correct.
And the fees that will pay for this, the money that'll pay for this comes from tap fees, sewer tap fees, and the like that are charged by the consumers or the developers of these projects, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Questions, comments?
Just a quick question to clarify that. So we're paying it up front out of this fund, but the tap fees paid by the developer will be at least this amount, if not more. Is that right?
We don't have those calculations for the 10-acre development yet. Those are based off of either apartment units or drainage fixture units, which we do not have. But it should pay for the amount that this is. To put it in context, Founders Row, I just sent a letter out the other day. I think we paid them $2.3 million as far as our concessions. We're getting 1.3 right now. They have to go back, do calculations on the additional commercial units, so we should come out actually I think about $1 million over. We don't know those values until they actually do that calculation. They've got rough ends for drainage fixtures, but we don't know how many drainage fixtures.
But there's a reason, what I'm hearing is it's reasonable that the tap fees would cover
Would
these costs.
replenish the fund, yes.
Now, I noticed one other thing that I talked about, this is also serving the Virginia Tech development. Do we have a reimbursement from other I mean, if we're doing this that actually doesn't benefit us directly, do we have some sort of a reimbursement process?
Right, on the Virginia Tech, they would pay the same tap fees, and so that would be an additional source of revenue for this. The basic principle is that growth pays for growth.
So the tap fees, do we know they're actually going to tie into our system?
Yeah, they haven't said that they will yet. It is an option for them, so we're not counting that on that in terms of our financial planning for the sanitary sewer fund. However, it is sized so that they could if they choose to.
But we know which way the gravity goes, right? So, I mean, do we
That's
know
right.
which
So
direction?
it would, for the Virginia Tech site, it will work with gravity. When you get a little bit further down for the WMATA site, they'd probably have to pump to our system. So that'll be a decision they'll have to make.
All right, so we've sized, the line will accommodate all of their acreage if they choose to put into it. Okay.
We have an entire model of the city, including all the small area plans.
Well, this isn't the city, though, that's Fairfax County.
Right, but it takes into account whatever comes into the system.
Okay. Other comments, other questions? So if we reached out to them, do they know, have they seen our plans?
Has who?
Virginia Tech, whoever might be tapping into this, have they
Not-
seen?
Not that I'm aware, no.
I did actually make a contact to the HIT development team. That's correct.
So they're aware of that?
They're aware of it, and they're kind of early in terms of how they're figuring out how they're going to do sewer. So.
And the 10-acre development has also seen the plans?
Yes, they've definitely seen the plans.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? Any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to authorize the city manager on behalf of the city to award up to $2.396500 in a contract with Utilities Unlimited LLC for construction of the Mustang Alley Connector Sewer.
We have a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Let me just make the comment that I'm going to hold my nose in voting for this.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
Mr. Z?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
Yep.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, business not on the agenda. Mr. Snyder, do you have something?
I really don't. I think at a future work plan, we ought to review some of this transportation legislation when it firms up, but it's looking pretty good right now, both from the standpoint of safety and from the standpoint of funding that's important to us.
Well, I appreciate you going down to Richmond last night and today and working on that. Any standing regional committee council liaison reports? Any council member comments? We've got 2 minutes to approve the 2 minutes. First item, Eagle Eye Duncan, do you have any comments in the first minutes?
I believe the vice mayor, is it October 15th that you have here? Did you solve that with the clerk? Okay. So for the minutes of October 15th, line 81, it's Sean, S-H-A-U-N, Dakin. And in line 90, it's Renee with 2 E's, Andrews. And on line 158, space between 4 and low, so it's not 4 low priority, it's 4 low priority projects. With those corrections and a clarification that the vice mayor cleared with the clerk already, I move approval of the minutes of October 15th.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Can we just do a voice vote?
We can. I usually like to do the roll call, so yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions, the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Another minute for the next minutes.
November 28th, line 83, Thackeray is Thackrey, a good old Falls Church name. And Madam Clerk, did you scope out the line 160 question I had about inactively managed funds? Is that?
I did, and that was exactly what was on the video. It
Okay.
was quoted.
I usually hear that described as passively managed, not inactively managed, but hey, who am I to question Connie Rydberg? She is the world's authority.
All right,
Move
anything
approval
else?
of the minutes of October 28th.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstentions, the ayes.
Mayor, I move
One
that we
abstention.
adjourn.
All right, let's do it. We're adjourned.